believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party on Wasteful Wednesday, home of the $400 a month U.S. adult basic income plan. Welcome. We are here to talk about an amazing future for all of us, as opposed to the fake future that Donald Trump describes, where he refuses to talk about climate change. We're here to talk about climate change and how to fix it. We're actually going to talk about how they're spraying chemicals above us on a daily basis, and nobody's doing a damn thing to stop it in the two-party system. We're here to talk about chemtrails. It turns out that they're using industrial waste in the skies above us for no other purpose but to poison the population. I wish we could talk about it in detail right now, but you'd have to stick around to hear more. Yeah, so we talk about things like genetically modified food, how they're forcing it upon the farmers, and now farmers are closing left and right. We're seeing a massive amount of loss of farms across the country because of Donald Trump's big mistakes with trade. His tariffs on China has cost many farmers their jobs, their businesses, declaring Chapter 12 across the board. The biggest problem we have right now is Donald Trump thinks he's special. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 19 points to 25,391 tonight. Donald Trump thinks he's special. He thinks that he's taking credit for all the women in Congress. Imagine that? An adulterer who won't even admit to adultery, hasn't even admitted to his wife even that, this whole Stormy Daniels thing went down. Not to mention the other woman, the Playboy woman, Karen McDougal. I mean, this is ridiculous. A guy is taking credit for women in Congress when he should be labeled as an abuser in the Me Too generation. I mean, he should be up there with Harvey Weinstein. What the hell? Yet he's painting it all his big triumph, his great nation. He says our unemployment rate's never been lower. I just talked about unemployment a couple minutes ago. I was talking about it in the pre-show. We have 97 million people unemployed in America. We have 3 million job opportunities at any given time. Oh. Hear that? They're flying Sikorskis over me. Search and rescue. That's a helicopter. Yeah, we get those all the time. But the irony of the whole thing is 97 million people are unemployed out of 215 million people that could work. And I'm talking about mothers that are taking care of their kids that are not getting paid. I'm not like making a big deal about this. But we have like 45% unemployment. They're lying to us about 4%. That's the number one lie I think we have to look at. If they want us to believe that somehow we've got 4% unemployment, he's doing great, then I don't think that that's a fair assessment of our economy. Donald Trump did not mention homelessness once last night. Not once. Yet he was pushing some plan that only Betsy DeVos wants to actually see happen. You see, Betsy DeVos's company profits from private education plans and private charter schools. So she wants this thing called a school choice to be put into effect, where people can choose what they want to do with their money and give it to private charter schools like the ones she owns. Now, mind you, she's a billionaireess. She wants even more money. And that's the problem. Trump has 6 billionaires in the administration, and they all want to pad their pockets and give more money to their friends and cronies. Folks, we don't have a swamp. We have a snake pit in the Oval Office right now. We have a snake pit, seriously. Really, no kidding. Pirate Salty Dog said, Stan Lee said before he died he was creating a hero named Salty Dog. No kidding. Are you making that up on the fly? That's pretty amazing. If I had 20 minutes with Kamala Harris in a debate, I would rip into her idea of Medicare for all. We already have Medicaid for all. Why would we want to pump it up to Medicare for all and cost the average taxpayer no less than 15% more on their taxes? She can't sustainably build a plan like that without reducing the healthcare costs. So I would say this woman is not addressing healthcare costs and the rising cost of healthcare. She's not building a mobile medical unit solution like we're planning. She doesn't have any new ideas. Whenever they repackage Medicare for all as some sort of a big deal, that's actually the single payer plan that didn't actually take hold. They're calling it Medicare for all. I believe in a public option. I think people that do want full medical and dental could get it for $60 a month. But their deal wants to just charge everybody more taxes. And believe me, there won't be a stop at 15%. It'll be 45% tax hikes, like in Sweden and Canada. They don't even have dental in Canada and England. We don't even have a decent dental plan in America. There's no public dental service except for dentist schools that offer pretty low-cost work. When you have some guy shaking his tweezers and going, okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the cavity out now, and then the pain shoots through your head and goes, ah! Yeah, that's a cheap dentist. I have the best dentist on earth. I really do. I'm so happy to have him. I'm a trustworthy guy. I don't know why I have to look trustworthy when I am. I don't screw anybody over. I've never cheated or lied or stolen anything from anyone. I've been a good person all my life. And that's the kind of integrity you'd expect from your future president. Not this gross, greasy mentality that Donald has. Now he doesn't want anybody to investigate him, and Adam Schiff is investigating him. Adam Schiff and the Democrats are now looking into some great new plan to uncover his finances. Well, I hope they get on it, because there's some sort of a paper trail from Michael Cohen and Manafort to Trump. If they could find that paper trail of money, we'd be able to get to the bottom of how Trump stayed afloat all these years. Trump, by the way, it was discovered this past week that Trump tried to get a loan extension on his Deutsche Bank $1 billion loan he has when he became president. So he was hitting the skids financially when he became president. He has a $30 to $40 million nut every single month to meet. The interest on his debt is 30 to 40 million, Donald Trump. Can you imagine having to make $1 million a day to stay in business? Otherwise, your debtors like Deutsche Bank and the money launderers and the Russians come back and haunt you. That's Donald Trump's daily nut, $1 million a day. That's not a man who has the time or the energy to run our country properly. He's just treading water and writing, having speechwriters have him say whatever they want him to say. And did you notice how Donald Trump was pretending to read? I saw that. He did a little squinting thing. He wasn't reading. He was getting his audio cues from an earpiece. This earpiece has been in play since George W. Bush. They used to have a monitor in the back of his neck, which is the transponder. Remember a long time ago, George W. Bush had like a cigarette-sized transfer. It transferred the signal to remote. Now they have it all microelectronics. It's just right in his ear and it sends a signal. It's amazing. They're able to give him 7-word sentences and he repeats them. That's why he spoke so slowly. That's why he was talking like this. And I'm telling you, you put a Trump-Russian puppet in the presidency. Of course I'm obsessed with dealing with this problem. And you don't belong here. You need to get out of here. I don't want to get into a race with my Honda. The Honda is a high mileage car that's designed to save energy. What's wrong with you people? It's not a performance car. I can go 0 to 60 in 7.5 seconds. That's not bad with my little electric engine. But I've got a 3-stroke or 3-cylinder engine in my Honda. You're really getting into cheese there, cheese boy. You must have a real penchant. You're like Kim Jong-un. He loves Swiss cheese and killing people. Yeah. Donald Trump likes Kim Jong-un. Donald Trump likes people that kill people. What's that make you think about Donald Trump? You know that he killed a little 8-year-old girl, Donald Trump did. You know that, right? Yeah. When he was president, 31 days into his presidency, he actually ordered it was 8 days into his presidency. He ordered the death of 31 people. You remember that, right? He told his military advisors they were all wrong. And he said, no, I'm going to do this. And he launched a UAV raid that killed 31 people. And it turned out hardly any of them were even identified as terrorists, if any. Most of them were kids and innocent people. So Donald Trump kicked off his career as president by becoming a murderer. And nobody said a thing. I'm apparently the only person even talking about it right now. Thanks, Ace Spade. Glad you like it. Well, one murderer to another, I guess. Donald Trump wants to hang out with Kim Jong-un and Duterte and all the other murderers in the world. Kind of weird, isn't it? Don't you think that we would be talking about what a great president he is, you Republicans, when he murdered people? What's wrong with you people? Do you have no conscience? Bonjour, Dave, hello. But of course, my beautiful cat Fluffy's in. Let's open up the programs for you. Thank you. Apparently, many of you don't have a conscience or integrity at all, and you just think that Donald Trump's doing a great job, and you don't even care how he does it. Even though he's not doing a great job, our country's just sinking financially. He's overspent $1 trillion a year since he became president, and we're sitting on the biggest debt we've ever had, with a massive amount of spending going to the military, which is unnecessary. Total waste of money. Most of those military contracts are just a bunch of fat pigs sucking off of the tit of government money. I've talked to some people who actually go to parties. I haven't been to a party, like Raytheon Party. They say it's unbelievable. People are laughing at how stupid the American people are, that they would give them all that money to make a few jets or a couple of high-tech defense weapons. They think you're stupid. I bet you own Raytheon stock. It's probably a big growth stock too. It's going to go up. It's not going to go down, that's for sure. All the military stocks made about a 20% jump in value when Trump became president, because he just threw tons of your tax dollars into the military. And we aren't even cutting edge. I mean, now Putin has a jet that goes 27 times the speed of sound. And he wants to implant them in the Caribbean. And you know what's really weird? Trump's okay with that. He doesn't care. You notice how he hasn't said a thing about that missile that Putin is threatening the world with? Yeah. Yeah, I've got this article right here. Another Russian threat from Putin. Now that they got Trump by the short hairs and they got the sex tape using against him to keep him from saying anything against him, Putin is now, the Russian media threatens U.S. with a 100 megaton nuclear doomsday device after key arms treaty fails. So the INF treaty, which Trump has not been supporting, by the way, has kind of like dropped off to the wayside, and Trump said he's not going to sign any new INF treaty. This would be a good opportunity to put the screws down on Putin and show what a complete warmonger he is to the world at large. But Trump isn't doing that. He's just bowing down and bending over and greasing up while Russia threatens U.S. with a 100 megaton nuclear doomsday device. Huh. This is crazy. You're back online, Man Mountain? Okay, man. It took a while to get in here, didn't it? Mark is IP banning 350 million IPs. And these are VPN IPs, so they spread out to 1 billion people. Russian military and state-sponsored media have reacted to the news that the U.S. will exit the Intermediate-Range Nuclear Force Treaty with a fire and fury of their own, threatening to deploy a nuclear doomsday device. Now, I'm sure Putin told Trump to pull out of the INF treaty so that he could continue threatening the world and look like it's no big deal. But it is a big deal. When Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev put together the INF treaty, they had a plan to not engage in a conventional strike capability, let alone an intermediate nuclear strike capability. We have made no plans. We're more at odds with Russia than we've ever been under Trump. And Trump hasn't even been tough on Russia like he says. He's avoided putting sanctions on Russia. He even preferred not to put sanctions on Deripaska, a major Russian oligarch who recently was revealed to have been involved with a mistress named Nastya, who wanted to reveal who he was and the connection to the Russians and Trump. That whole story got put away because Deripaska got all the evidence from her and said, "You give it to me or you will be terminated." It's not about being safer in Russia, taking time. It's many of you people are supporting a Russian collaborator. Many of you people who think you're making America great again are making America brain dead. Donald Trump is collaborating with the Russians. It's pretty obvious to me. And it's not going to help us in any way. We're in trouble because we're the ones that don't have the power anymore. It's now in Russia's hands because Russia has sex tapes and a sex selfie of Donald Trump. And there's lots of loans outstanding that he's been floated from Russian oligarchs. Anything more than complicated than that would probably waste your time. That's where we're at. That's where we're headed. Doesn't look good. Now we've got more problems from yet this Elizabeth Warren faction, which should have all been put away if Trump had not been, deep state. Trump is giving this woman a pass. He hasn't charged her with fraud or perjury or anything. And it just was discovered that she listed her race as American Indian on a Texas bar registration. She's a serial fraud. She's getting away with it left and right. She's been doing it for years. She finally had a DNA test and she has 0.5%. Excuse me, 0.05%. That's less than half of 1% Native American. I have more Native American in me than she does.
Test to prove her Native American ancestry. She took the test in response to challenges and racial taunts by President Trump, but the move quickly backfired. CNN national correspondent Maeve Rustin joins me. And so what's the backstory on this apology?
Well, obviously, Brooke, she is trying to clean up what has been a huge scandal that has marred the beginning of her presidential campaign, to get ahead of it and try to put it behind her before she actually announces her campaign later this month. My colleague, Greg Krieg, obtained a statement from the Cherokee Nation saying, quote, Senator Warren has reached out to us and has apologized to the tribe. We are encouraged by this dialogue and understanding that being a Cherokee Nation tribal citizen is rooted in centuries of culture and laws, not through DNA tests.
It doesn't address the fact that she lied when she got her affirmative action money. I couldn't go to college because I was an American Caucasian. I wasn't accepted at colleges like Harvard. Even though I was number one in my high school class with very high SAT scores, I was turned down for an education. And they wouldn't give me any extensive scholarship money. So I essentially was forced to go to a substandard college called UCLA, which I wouldn't send a dog to. If you want your kids to turn into communists, yeah, send them to UCLA. I'm not a communist, so I rejected it. I'm not hanging with the Marxist professors that try to indoctrinate people at these schools. Mutant mice, aborted babies, body parts fused with mice to humanize them for grim Frankenstein experiments in U.S. labs. Wow. Abortion clinics have been supplying researchers in the United States with terminated fetuses, parts of which are then fused with rodents as part of a bid to stamp out disease and save millions of people. They're grafting human baby body parts onto rodents. Who doesn't want to find out about this? I don't know. Seems a bit too much to handle.
You were not going to believe what I saw last night.
How many?
So far, we've...
That's a commercial. All right. Yeah, I know. You're losing your dinner appetite talking about baby body parts. Okay, Venezuela is literally copying our border wall, folks. Apparently, Maduro has been watching our show and he's building his own container fence. Look at that. Well, I don't really have a hatred toward Maduro like Trump does. Man, he really hates that guy. I don't get it. I mean, he is in charge of Venezuela. Guaido is not. Okay, the Venezuelan military has barricaded a bridge at a key border crossing, issuing a challenge on Wednesday to a U.S.-backed effort by the opposition to bring humanitarian aid into the troubled nation. So they're trying to reject any humanitarian aid because they don't like America. Wow. The effort by the opposition to bring humanitarian aid into the nation plagued by shortages of food and medicine is being buffeted by the leadership of Maduro's government. Yeah, they put containers and makeshift fencing near the border town of Cucuta. The bridge is the same site where officials plan to store humanitarian aid that opposition leader Juan Guaido is vowing to deliver to Venezuela. And the Trump administration has pledged $20 million in aid, and Canada has promised another $53 million, assuming Guaido takes over. But the battle between Guaido and President Nicolas Maduro, who is vowing not to let the supplies into the country, Maduro argues Venezuela isn't a nation of beggars and has long rejected receiving humanitarian assistance, equating it to a foreign intervention, especially if it has strings attached. One thing about the South American people, they're very proud people, and they don't want to feel like... I went to UCLA only because I wasn't accepted at Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Stanford, even though my IQ is way up there. My grades were stellar, and my SATs were very high. I was singled out and prejudiced against for being white. What about that do you not understand? Man, you are so thick there, Blauschwert. Hey, we're going to pull you out of the show. All right, later. Poor guy, he's got autism. He can't function. His father contacted us and said, my son thinks you're his dad. Seriously. Zetterbird's in. You know, and I've been having a lot of people visit our show over at iBlog in the Max Cam section, the Pro Cam section. Another brother is there. You took your glasses off there, another brother, smoking his doobie. And Zetterbeard's hanging out, eating some, don't eat those panko corn chicken nuggets. Yeah. Avoid the panko chicken nuggets, man. They've got a panko chicken nugget scare out there. They've got rubber in them. Yeah. Folks, if you haven't heard about the Tyson Food panko chicken scare, you better be on it. You do not want to get these. There are 35,000 bags of panko chicken nuggets, you know, those things that they make. Oh, good. Foster's, that's a pretty good beer. I've been urging people to drink the Netherlands beer because there's less fluoride in it. The Grolsch, you know, the one that has the cap that seals on its own? Grolsch has a great beer. Very, very good. And Whithall. Well, we got a Whitmall here. You look a lot like Tom Arnold. Man, you could be passed for a little Tom Arnold there, man. Yeah. You got that Tom Arnold look. Okay. Yeah, the beer cap, Grolsch. Yeah, the one that you can reseal. I like that beer. I don't drink beer at all, but if I ever drink a beer, I bought a couple of them in case I ever drink a beer. I'm thinking maybe I could just have a sip and put the cap back on and keep the fizz in it. Is that a great idea? No, we can't give anybody jobs. We are based on volunteerism, and this is not a profit operation. We hardly ever get any donations at all. Well, you'd know that. You don't donate. Whitnail? Whitnail? He played Commissioner Gordon in Batman. That's right. Holy Botox injection Batman. That's right, Robin. He played one of the key actors in the Batman drama. And now we've got the whole lineup. Beautiful Cat Fluffy, Whitmail, and Zitterbeard. And of course, another brother. Wow, very active pro-cam thing going on. Dave, you should not have banned Blauschert for pointing out your contradiction. Socrates, you are Blauschert. There's no contradiction here. You're completely autistic. You have serious OCD as well. There is no contradiction. You're too specific. You have no variance of levity. You fixate. And I've been telling you this for years, Melko, and your dad just came in the other night and said, help Melko out. He's sick. He's mentally ill. And we found out you don't work at the procurement center, too, at Amazon. And who'd want to work there, man? That must be a nightmare anyway. I don't have a side job at a weed store. I've never sold marijuana in my life. Oh, look at that cat. She's on the screen. Let's get her on there. Hang on. She's looking at the camera. And then Zetterbeard's munching his dinner. Right on. Oh, I hated when they put that thing over the screen. Look at her. She's like, whoa. She's looking at the screen now, and she thinks it's us looking at her, and we're looking at her. Exactly. Yeah, I hate that when it comes up there. All right, right on. Yeah, well, his father contacted us and said, please understand Melko has never worked. He's got severe autism. Yeah. He's living in his parents' basement, and he's screwed up. He's like 29 years old. He can't get it. He spends all his time harassing me in the show. Okay, so Warren apologizes to the Cherokee people for a DNA test without apologizing to the American people for taking money for affirmative action and lying and committed fraud. I say Elizabeth Warren needs to be charged with a 5-year perjury charge, for starters, and be required to fork over at least $500,000 in revenue that she made when she was lying to the American people about being a Cherokee Indian. It's total fraud to claim she's a Cherokee, and even recently in the Texas bar, she called herself an American Indian. This woman is a complete and utter fraud. Now, David, I think that I've got a good plan to hoodwink the entire Democratic Party into thinking that I really am a Native American. Sorry. Yeah, and Trump is the one that started talking about it after I did. He mentioned Pocahontas. I don't want a Pocahontas. The fact is, I have Algonquin heritage, and I could have easily gotten money. I have like probably, well, I'm not gonna mention, probably over 5% in my blood. My great grandmother was an Algonquin Indian, and you can even see the physical resemblance between myself and, say, one of the Algonquin Indians that was unfortunately photographed back in the day. Back in the day, they said that, you know, if you take away if you take a picture, you're taking their spirit away. The Native Americans did not like to have photographs taken, so this is very rare. But look at the similarity between our faces. We would accept you in the tribe, David, based on the way you look. All right. David, that's something Australian Aborigines believed? No, the Native Americans believed it too. It is, yes. You were not on the great prairie when we landed and all the buffalo roamed and white man came and destroyed the buffalo. They killed all the buffalo, slaughtered them with their guns. Yes, and then they tried to take and steal the spirit of the Native American men and women by taking photographs, evil spirits taken. All right, doing a little play acting here. I guess we're done with Elizabeth Warren. Juan Guaido, I'm going to call him Guido for short, is trying to do a big power play, and of course Russia controls Trump, so Russia is talking about it. Juan Guaido will open up Venezuelan oil to foreign companies, his U.S. envoy says. Yeah, assuming Goldman Sachs gets in on the deal. They're putting Juan Guaido up. They're propping him up as their big guy. Juan never won a single election, and he's trying to steal the government of Maduro away. This is kind of a classic big, huge American imperialist move to install a leader and take over a country. Gee, when has that ever happened? Muammar Gaddafi, right after he signed an international treaty saying he wasn't going to get weapons of mass destruction, they took him out. Saddam Hussein, right after he said that he would make an agreement and let unfettered access to the presidential palaces of Iraq, they took him out. This is a long-standing process. The Shah of Iran, deposed by the Iranian people, that's a different story. But they stuck the Shah of Iran in. He was a puppet for the U.S. government. That's right. Maybe Guido is an alien agent. I think Guido is just some puppet that the rich industrial corporate pigs want, and he likes the money. Most people are buyable. There are very few people like me in the world. That's right. He's Juan Guaido, declares himself winner of Super Bowl 52. No kidding. Breaking news. Here's something the mainstream media won't show us. 67 pics from the pro-Maduro rally held February 2nd, 2019. There's a pro-Maduro rally going on. Huh. Yeah, the mainstream media won't show this. All the people in Venezuela are still backing their leader. Gaddafi, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at all these pictures of people supporting Maduro right now. Oh, yeah, like we want to go into this country and take over yet again. We didn't learn from Vietnam and Iraq. What's going on here, folks? Are we ever going to learn from anything? These are people supporting Maduro right now. And we want to install some Guido that looks like Barack Obama? Man, look at these people. They're supporting him. What the hell's going on here? Why are we fighting the people and their own leader? What's going on? You know, Goldman Sachs has been parked there the past 6 months trying to formulate a plan to buy land and buy oil rights. Same with Russia. You put porno on your Twitter? Isn't that a little bit like Jeff Bezos? It never ceases to amaze me how Jeff Bezos lost track of his sex selfies. How do you run a major corporation and not have the top of the line hackers working for you? I don't get that. I think Duterte is unconstitutional. He's behaving like a heroin addict too. Duterte appears to be on heroin, and I know because I've been around a lot of heroin addicts living in California. I've looked at a lot of his images, and his eyes look like he's buzzed. Yeah, he's got that "I'm so high I can barely talk" look. Ooh, okay. Let's see if we can bring up one of his pictures here. Yeah, look at the eyes are they are reminiscent of a man who is basically loaded, completely blitzed out of his mind. I'm convinced that his behavior is that of a heroin addict, and it stands to reason that if he indeed is a heroin addict, his dealer is telling him to kill all of their competition. You invested in a few dispensaries and you've already made more than $1,200? $12,000, good. I'm glad you're making money. Far cry from your old days. Dead eyes, that's right. Well, that's what you look like when you're on heroin. Dead eyes. Yeah. Duterte is creating fake terrorists in Mindanao. I don't believe those terrorist strikes were even real. We may have to deal with Duterte if he continues to insist that Mindanao should not occupy our base. Yeah. We're not done with him at all. I was sick last year. I think I had a 2-day cold. Don't worry. Be happy.
Now, folks, this week...
Well, good for you, Jacket Pockets. You deserve a little bit of money in your pocket. You were, living on the street a while back. So I'm glad the marijuana industry is benefiting you. Okay, according to Stephen Colbert, in his attempt to be funny, he says John Bolton is a madman.
We're hearing a lot about Trump's new national security advisor and dentist realizing he just killed his patient, John Bolton. Bolton is a well-known war hawk. He's called for war with Iran and made the case for a preemptive attack on North Korea. He can be just as aggressive in his personal behavior, evidently. In 2005, a Republican Congress refused to confirm him as UN ambassador because of reports he would bully government analysts and had a history of berating and undermining anyone who attempted to challenge him. And keep in mind, that was before that was considered presidential.
Okay, we're going to add this to our link library tonight for our video pleasure. As you know, I don't cater to libtards and Trumptards. So Colbert doesn't really qualify, as our intellectual ability exceeds anything he puts out. But we will play it tonight, for sure. I'm anti-tard at this point. We need intelligent people to realize there's some very bad things happening in America. We don't need Trumptard saying what a great job he did on the speech that he heard in his earpiece. They're all liberal, really? I could have sworn I thought that David Letterman was conservative. Okay, Paul Francois, the French farmer taking on Monsanto. Excellent. That looks like a good story. Let's take a quick look at Skid Row, downtown LA. You think Calcutta is bad? You should go to Skid Row in downtown LA.
For the people that need it.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's a lot of drugs going on, a lot of stuff going on,
Right, but I mean, but
Yeah.
honestly, it looks like it's really ignored to me. I mean, this is This is
Yeah.
As we can for everybody.
Try to
yeah.
help out. I mean, I wish we could do more, but we, unfortunately we can't.
Yes, you can. You know, they tried to put up tiny houses for people in Skid Row. Some guy actually spent all his money making them. The city of LA pulled them all down and threw them in the dumpster. LA doesn't want to deal with their homeless problem because the Democrats are a bunch of lying scumbags who suck up to corporate power. They don't have any interest in helping average people. I will make that on our list of things we will watch tonight. Thank you. Yeah, Skid Row on Christmas Day in 2017. Why not? That's certainly something everyone should watch. Hi, Sarah. The birthday girl is here.
Yay.
Oh, wow. We got to get a birthday background for Sarah. Thank you. That's amazing. You've had a wonderful...
One amazing year.
One amazing year. She just finished her master's degree before her birthday. Isn't that amazing? You're a true dedicated individual, I'll tell you. There's nobody who can compare. Happy birthday to Sarah. Happy birthday to Sarah. Happy birthday to Sarah. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Don't have any cake for you, though.
That's okay.
I'm going to go have a little bite to eat. Yes. And Sarah's going to be in here. The birthday girl's going to give you some time.
Yay.
So I want to feature this article real quick and take a look at it. Oops, sorry. Oh, sorry, that's Zetterbeard and my fluffy cat. And okay, Paul Francois, the French farmer taking on Monsanto. Let me see what he's doing. Paul Francois, a farmer from France's rural Charente region, is seeking more than £1 million or francs in damages from Monsanto, arguing that use of the company's Lasso weed killer has left him disabled. He's exhausted but determined, according to his lawyer. The 54-year-old farmer was due in court in the eastern city of Lyon on Wednesday for the fourth round of his legal battle against Monsanto, which became a subsidiary of German pharmaceutical giant Bayer in 2018. It may be his last chance at holding the company accountable for his disabilities, which he claims were caused by its Lasso weed killer, a product that has since been banned in France. So, 12 years of legal proceedings, and Monsanto keeps suing him back. The decision was overturned because the court ruled that the case should not be based on common law, but rather for product liability, explained Francois. The subtle distinction, however, was enough to allow Monsanto to escape a guilty verdict. So they use all kinds of backroom shenanigans to manipulate courts to go their way. They've got a team of probably 20 or 30 lawyers that'll countersue anybody that tries to sue them. And this was a big liability that Bayer took on when they took on Monsanto. But recently, court cases are allowing lawsuits to go forward against Roundup. So they're going to be facing, they estimate, a $57 billion liability. The company that acquired them, Bayer, is going to be sitting on Monsanto's liability issues. Yeah, it'd be like $57 billion, they estimate. There's 1,000 court suits pending right now. People have been dying. Thank you, Sarah. I'll be back.
It does look like I'm wearing a turtleneck. It's just a, that's not a turtleneck, but it's one of my favorite things. What do they call it? An earmuff for skiing? It's like that. Like that. But actually, wait, I take that back. I am wearing a turtleneck. So I might as well put this down as a turtleneck too. No thanks, Vingalitis. I've got everything I need. Thank you for the offer, though, and the kind thoughts. I do have all of my needs met. chocolate cherry cake for Chocolate Week. Wow. Oh, thank you so much for the happy birthday song. Happy birthday, Sarah. Happy birthday. Anyway, I always look cool like that. Thank you so much. Well, look at this cherry chocolate cake that you sent me a picture of. That looks pretty good. Oh my goodness, for Chocolate Week. That looks really good. It's a simple cake to make, but it's always the focal point of any tea time treats table when he makes it. Drinking chocolate cake recipe. Okay. Nestle Le Chocolat. Where's the recipe? That's hard to read. Flour? That was hard to read the recipe. Okay, moving on. Yes, I am now 41 years old. Thank you, beautiful Cat Fluffy, for the piñata and balloons and whatever that is. I appreciate that. That's adorable. Very, very cute. I do appreciate it. We are very old acquaintances. For old acquaintance be forgot. How are you, another brother? Yes, that's the best thing I gave myself. Do I feel old? No. I feel like I'm at the pinnacle of my life. Not old. I think I would feel old like once if I were going down from the pinnacle. Well, David's 18 years older than me. Well, wait. But he celebrates his birthday later, so a little less than 18 years older than me. Well, he will be this year, Bengalitis, after his birthday. You're 52 and you don't feel well? You feel like old? Feel like bad? Well, I also think that part of it is... Hello, baby girl with green eyes. I think part of it is just, do you have children? Because I always feel like if you're around children and you see them growing up, then that makes you feel old because you see them and they were like, they used to be 2, but now they're 10. What happened? I blinked. Well, when I met David when I was 20. Busy, you have a daughter? Yep, see, that's it. You had a child. That starts making you feel old, but you're not really old. It's just an illusion of a sort when you have a child. And she's 33? Wow. Yeah. Thank you, Jacket. Everyone you know is old, even older than David. Well, that's okay. When you go out with them, they can qualify for senior discounts, which is kind of nice. Okay. Sounds good, another brother. You won't stay on camera alone anymore. No worries. You don't have to. I'm the only one that has to stay on camera alone. Well, sometimes David's with me. Thank you, Europe. You want me to censor my neck? There we go. There you go. My neck isn't censored anymore. Does David ever want to live as an experiment in those tiny houses? Yes. I think we have talked about retiring in a tiny house. Like that might be a retirement plan. Become minimalists and live in a tiny house when I want to retire. But I've got a lot of things to go through at my school first. Yes, I'll get a special gift from David. When do I plan on retiring? I think in about 20 years or so, maybe even 25. When I feel tired. I feel like I've reached this like amazing summit. I feel like I've finally found the right job for me, at least the main job, but then I feel like I think David might start the retirement living before me, Misanthropy. I remember Heart to Heart, the TV show. I don't remember Freeway. Thank you, Jacket. What is the summit? Well, maybe I'll, my next summit would be becoming First Lady. I know, Drowsy. So that's, David's kind of like, you don't have to work that long to retire. And I'm like, well, you should have gotten someone that's closer to your own age rather than my age. But he's always supported me in my work and my pursuits, like my master's degree. I really have worked well with David. Yeah, exactly. If I retired in a tiny house, I wouldn't have to walk long distances when my bones... Actually, my bone is already creaky. I told my friend, I'm like, I don't think I want to go on hikes with you because I have creaky knees. And I went on this walk with her and it wasn't very long, but it was like uphill and it was in a neighborhood, but it was like uphill, downhill, and probably like 5 miles maybe. But I don't know, it might have only been 2, but it was really hard on my knees. So I'm like, I think I'd be better off on like a treadmill or something. Actually, I think I wouldn't mind getting one of those elliptical machines. Some people work into their 60s just to have something to do. That would be like my dad. My dad's one of those people. He was supposed to like be retired last year, and then now he's like, but he's always staying busy, always doing some side job or something. Not side job, but like he's always like, oh no, fortunately, like with retirement now, they let you work a certain amount of hours and still do well and or still keep your check coming in, so he does that. No, I did not ask David for a tiny house for my birthday. I did get an awesome meals for my birthday. Made myself a beautiful, I woke up and had oatmeal and applesauce, homemade applesauce that I made. And then for lunch, I made up myself this nice salad. And then for dinner, I was like, oh, I had like 3 different thoughts. And so I had a little bit of pizza and a little bit of ravioli with pesto sauce, which I really like. And then I did buy some of that peanut sauce from this local restaurant, which I don't know if it was worth it or not. But anyway, I'm going to have David make some chicken and rice tomorrow. And then I'll have that. Thank you, Busy. That was... Your father does the same thing, wants to keep working, yeah. You love the water, you want a spa, small pool, and a retirement tiny house to soak your feet. That's exactly what David wants. Yes, thanks for the congratulations on my master's, Busy. I completed my master's in 15 months and 1 week. I don't know what that is, Sammy Davis. Is that like wanting to do a different job after 7 years? I think the thing is that, yeah, it was pretty cool, pretty impressive. I just kept plugging away. Oh, your dad's a financial advisor? Or who's a financial advisor? Yeah, you guys think alike. Yeah, thank you very much. I am resting a little bit. I'm watching I've been binging on reality TV shows in the last 2 or 3 days. Silly stuff like that. But then last night I was like, oh, I should be more productive. I should use my degree and maybe contact a company and kind of moonlight. So I teach all day and then also work for a company at night or something like that, which would be kind of interesting. It is learning and technology is my master's degree. So I actually won an award for a unit I developed while taking my master's. No, I haven't watched Big Brother Celebrity. I've been watching, before I was watching Chef Ramsay, which I've been doing, Amazing Race, and also today I was watching this Big Shippers show. I have been thinking about that, Jim Bob, a job as an adjunct at a local community college. I do like that idea. And then there's this company that makes educational technology. I'm like, ooh, but that company would be better if they did these. I have 2 ideas that I want to pitch this particular company on. And because they're already kind of in that realm, but they could be better. So now that I have my master's, I feel like I'm just waiting for the degree, but I have it. I just have my waiting on graduation. So I've got one more phone call to make to figure out graduation and things like that. I think that school is needed K through 4 or 5 these days. I think it's really important that kids do learn how to read and write and think. I mean, thinking as far as able to form complete sentences and argue why they believe certain things. That's what I think about. Because Ghost said, Sarah, what do you think about the most brilliant minds in the world saying public school is a waste of taxpayer money? I think it's very vital, kindergarten through 5th grade. No, I don't think schools should have drones to monitor them. Sarah, what would be the best way to make children learn peer pressure once school can be done online? actually, my master's degree had a degree of peer pressure, and in fact, my well, and what it does he think that it's needed for certain grade levels, like I do, Ghost. Anyway, and in middle school, I remember there was this great peer pressure because my science teacher, he would always wear like a suit and tie, except on Fridays he'd wear a t-shirt and jeans. But he would say at the beginning of the year, he's like, you all have the potential to get A's. You're all getting an A right now. But if you start missing, then that will take down your grade. And he also said, okay, you're going to start out the week that you get, I think it was like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but it seemed like it was huge. You get 15 minutes of free time on Fridays. Every Friday, you get 15 minutes of free time because I planned out my lessons. I know exactly what I'm going to teach. But every minute that you take away from me, I start taking away your time. And so like kids would start talking to each other. And you just go over to, like, he had a list of periods, and he'd like, whatever period we were in, I think it was like period 3. Oh, people are talking. You only have 14 minutes of free time on Friday. So then after anybody would talk, he wouldn't have to say anything because everybody would turn to that person and say, shh, stop talking. We want our free time on Friday. That was using peer pressure. And then in my master's degree, I had a student mentor that I had to call, or she had to call me, but I had to talk to when I first started out, it had to be every single week. And she just had 2 questions basically every week. Well, 3, maybe, like, how are you? Okay, make that brief. What did you do last week? And what are you going to do next week? And I mean specifically on your degree. And that really she was the push that made me finish by my birthday, because she said, oh, you could be done by your birthday. I was like, I don't know. I don't want to push it. Like I don't want to push myself so hard because I knew I had a lot going on. But this past week I was like, oh, I have a little less on my plate. And then I heard her voice, you could finish up your stuff by your birthday. So I was like, oh, I better submit. And then I was pushing and got it all done. And then I'm done. Yeah. Thanks, Rex. I'll chomp on my apple. I'm not a big apple fan, but actually I do like applesauce. Oh, group punishment is used in prison. Inmate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 caused you all not to get fed today. Yeah. It is kind of crazy, Bengalitis. Yeah, it's true that it's kind of sad, but it's true that girls tend to do better in school in the earlier years. And that's mainly because the school system is like no talking, sit and study and learn. And that's, it is pretty interesting. But I do treat people, I have the same expectations for everyone, regardless of how they were born. It was interesting today, I was told that a student can sing, kind of wiggle, and do their work, and like have no problems. And like they should be able to test while they're singing and moving because they're capable of doing that. Thanks, another brother. Bye, AB. Your American high school was so bad there was a shooting there years ago. It was a white middle class public school. Man. Your college mentor intimidated you? He was a big wheel kind of professor and you were rather shy? Yeah. Well, what's nice about this one is like, it's, you know how if you've ever talked to someone just on the phone, you have a different impression than if you see them in person. Like I've seen her face and I've talked to her on the phone, but I'm like, oh, I don't really associate the two. But yeah, so it would be interesting if I actually saw my student mentor in person. Ah, then we're actually doing a better job these days, or at least I am, Drowsy, because we're focusing more on conceptual understanding in schools than memorization. And I completely agree with that. Like right now I'm teaching second graders how to subtract with ungrouping. And I pull out what are called these base 10 blocks. So they're little for the ones place, there's little cubic centimeters. For the tens place, they're actual 10. They're 10 cubic centimeters in these sticks that are like fused together. And then the hundreds is 100 cubic centimeters fused together. So then I actually show them like ungrouping means that you need to take a stick and then trade it in for 10 ones and what it actually conceptually means. Awesome, Cheese Boy. Are you eating any cheesy kind of thing for dinner? Make sure you eat some fiber with that. I need to eat more fiber. Should start coming here less. You're really annoyed. You're annoyed really quickly. Probably sometimes I talk to the camera and don't always interact. And sometimes it's probably just David. Sometimes it's just people in the chat. Thank you so much, Europe. Mac and cheese, 5 cheese, yum, delicious. Make sure you eat fiber like a salad. I'm telling not only you that, I'm also telling myself that. Because this morning I was like, oh, I need a salad for lunch. And now I had some pizza and a little bit of breadsticks and some... I also had some ravioli for dinner. And I'm like, oh, I need to eat a salad too. Because I need some fiber. It's very important to get some fiber in myself, and I need to stay hydrated. That's one of my issues is I haven't done a great job staying hydrated. Yeah, I asked him and he actually made ravioli and pesto, which I had in the fridge already. And I was like, oh, I'd really like ravioli and pesto. And he's like, oh, maybe you want to get yourself some of that peanut sauce and the pizza for your birthday. And he said that yesterday, and then I said that thing about ravioli today, so I ended up with all of it. You're lucky that you love salads as well as other stuff, not sugary foods, candy. I wish I didn't like sugary foods and candy as much as I do now. As much as I do. I'm not really into hard candies, but I do like chocolate. That's my downfall. Fortunately, I ate my last piece of chocolate I took all my chocolates and I put them away a couple weeks ago because I was feeling kind of down and just wasn't feeling very good. I think it was the weather and the darkness. And I put my candy all away, and then David had like a handful of little chocolates left, and he's like, I'll leave these out. And then I started eating them. Just one a day, but I started eating them. I ate my last one yesterday.
They're very tempting.
That's my downfall is chocolate.
Yeah. Well, if you take magnesium supplements, it'll prevent your coffee cravings.
But I did
magnesium
like
is a key thing.
I took a hot chocolate to school and I didn't drink any of it until I got home.
Oh wow.
Probably
busy.
because I don't stay hydrated very well.
Yeah, you need to work on definitely hydrating for sure. It's highly recommended. You know, you have to make a conscious effort to drink out of those water bottles.
I know.
It's
It
really
is. I
important.
have one on my desk, but I don't always grab it. But
Well, good
yeah,
luck.
you're
Sarah,
right.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you. I was saying I ate pizza and all that. Maybe I should make a salad to.
Whatever. There's that thing on the stove, and then there's some crazy bread in the toaster oven. But I guess you're done
Oh
with
no,
crazy
I'll
bread.
have that. That's good.
That's ready for you.
Okay, thank you.
It's hot. Hot crazy bread. Ready to go. Thank
And
you.
I did have some earlier ravioli and a piece.
Oh
of
yeah,
pizza.
it's good. I like it. I put a little broccoli in there too.
Isn't it good with that pesto stuff?
It is. I put pesto, onions, mushrooms, broccoli, and pesto sauce. Yeah. It's the birthday day for Sarah. Yeah, isn't that great? Yeah, she's had such a good completion too, finishing her master's degree. That was awesome. And you know, it never ceases to amaze me how much effort goes into college educations. And for those of you who are looking for work and you have a 4-year degree, you're like, where's the jobs? Yeah. That's too bad. Well, you can blame the for-profit education system like Betsy DeVos is pushing with her BS school choice. What a joke. Paying charter schools, tax dollars. It just seems ridiculous. They want to cash in is what they're doing. Privatization, the problem with the Republicans is they always want to make money on everything. The problem with the Democrats is they want to control everybody. And they also want to make money on everything. It turns out great. The fact is the broccoli florets break the little green tops off, and it looks like there's more pesto than there actually is. So if you put pesto with broccoli crowns, it's lower calories, yet it gets the same effect on the dinner table and looks very, very appealing to the eye. Don't forget garlic. Cold is getting worse for you, really? Yeah, isn't she amazing? Yeah, she's something else. Well, that's the thing. Everyone likes meals that are appealing to the eye. There's a kind of a... Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, the ravioli's good. Yeah. You know, and the thing about this pesto sauce they sell at Costco, it's $8.99 for a little quart jar. Yeah, but it's really good. You can make your own pesto recipe, right? Dates back to 1623, but my recipe dates back to 1615. Yeah, I predate your pesto recipe by, gosh, 8 years. Amazing. What country is your pesto recipe from? Italy? Because not all pesto comes from Italy. Have you ever been to a tapas bar? I've been to a tapas bar once, and I would really like to experiment that. You know, have the tasting of various Spanish foods. Yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to bring back the smorgasbord. I would love to see more smorgasbords. There's hardly any left in America. They've been taken over by Chinese restaurants serving. We don't know what they're serving, okay? I can't verify if it's dog, cat, rat, or chicken. That's my problem. I haven't been to a Chinese restaurant ever since Donald Trump allowed Chinese chicken into our country, which he's doing. Only because he wanted those 38 trademarks, one of which is, of course, the Trump escort service in Beijing. Why is it Donald Trump is in the escort service? I mean... Hey, by the way, we're looking into Jeffrey Epstein. He's making the news again. No, I guess he's no longer in the news. Okay. I guess his people got to the Google page and they got rid of it. Wow. Things change rather rapidly when you leave the show. Yeah, they are investigating Jeffrey Epstein's light appeals case. This is it. Justice Department opens probe into Jeffrey Epstein's plea deal. DOJ opens an investigation into handling of Jeffrey Epstein's sex offender case. Now, this was handled by the Labor Secretary Acosta. And Acosta has never really made a full comment about it, but at least something's happening, you know. At least they're probing into his alleged prostitution ring of child pornography. And, yes, children. I know. Really weird stuff. I can't leave it on the screen too long or they will actually remove the show. Last night I talked about it for about 10 minutes. We were completely hosed at the end of our show. Somebody came in and DDoSed us. Yeah, the Swedish House Smorgasburg. I'm going to have to find one. I have yet to find one in America. I used to go to them all the time. They're gone. The closest thing to have to a smorgasbord now is this here... what do they call this? Not Hooters. No, that's different. Yeah, Golden Corral. I like Golden Corral. That was actually very good. Lots of good meat, but they've had some health code issues. But who hasn't? I mean, who hasn't had some health code issues, right? You kind of take your life in their own hands. Okay. Many major companies like Air Canada, Hollister, and Expedia are recording every tap and swipe you make on their iPhone apps. Yeah, it's like everything we do, we talk about being recorded. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm really kind of upset that we're being... Your Country Buffet and Golden Corral are popular in the East Coast. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the standard now for those types of things. Hey, here's a bright future for the world. Look at that. Yeah. Dystopian, hellish world of tomorrow. Oh, really? Amanda is a porn actress? Oh, I did not know that. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Well, we never really got to know her very well, so. Yeah, she just came in here a couple times, but yeah, a lot of people are choosing that career. You could say they're wasting their lives, but you could also say they're exploring their sexuality. So it's really, who's to decide what she's doing is right or wrong but her, right? There you go. Ours is not to judge. Ours is but to watch. Are you watching that porn? Are you a big porn watcher? Tell us about your porn addiction. Just spill it out. Yeah, we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. All right. Here's where we are right now. And here is our future. There is our future. Isn't that great? We're the cows in the pasture going moo. And that's our future. Now, what are we going to do? Yeah. Are we going to clean the ocean? I think we should. We shouldn't just, profit from all of it and rip all the fish out and never repopulate the fish and completely destroy the ocean. The Japanese are getting away with some pretty heavy whaling out there, but they're in their own international waters and their own waters, so we really can't control that. But we can constantly repopulate, and that doesn't stop us from seeding the ocean with more fish. So that's something we can do. Thank you, Europe Hunter. We've talked about a national composting plan, and I thought that would be kind of a cool thing. But, we have to be able to use a lot of the food waste that we have currently. And what better way than to make a center where we can bring in cannabis leaves, anything that has biofuel in it. And that includes hemp and cannabis and marijuana. So we believe that pro-legalization is really a central part of our future. Yeah. Now you're talking, Dave. Right. Okay. Things Democrats don't stand for. 5 million lifted off of food stamps. Okay. Is this some sort of a meme or something? Watch later. I'm looking, but there's no video for me. I didn't know you were speaking for the Democrats. No news on Fukushima. It's still leaching 5 to 7 swimming pool size containers of water into the ocean every single day. Nothing has been done to correct it like I suggested 8 years ago. It's still the same leach of dangerous corium, they call it, leaching into the waters we swim in and we eat out of. So we're here only long enough to uphold our bodies and our skeletal frame weight, and then when our organs fail, we cease to exist. The question is, what do we want to leave behind? Oh, kids put yeah. Well, I wouldn't go near the ice cream thing at Golden Corral either. Yeah, they put their mouths on the spigot and they squirt into their mouths. Yeah, the kids do. Yeah, I noticed it looked a little weird when I went there. Sarah and I did it at the Golden Corral, and I toured around. They have a lot of selection. We have a couple pizza stores in our area that have really good salad bars, but you know, that's as close as we get. We're out here in the perimeter. We is stoned immaculate. Okay, yeah, so we're kind of dealing with that, and the greening of America will kind of gradually bring back a better world for all of us, and everything will be beautiful, and the cows will return to their natural environment, and they will make unto the earth that which God has given to us, bringing their fresh milk to the joy of the regreenification of America. Yes, so I'm creating a new word tonight called regreenification. Yes, I hereby create the word regreenification. Yes, I am actually devising new language to be used for a future reference. Yeah, regreenification. So yeah, there you go. Cool, dude. Yeah, because I think a lot of us are freaking out about the quality of our water and the quality of our air, and that's what Wasteful Wednesday is all about. I mean, gosh. Like, for sure, dude, this is the ideal living environment for me. I grew up in a van down by the beach in Venice, California. I used to hang out there. And this has got to be the coolest retro trailer I've ever seen. Isn't that awesome? I love that. Yeah, isn't that the ultimate? Of course, it doesn't have a lot of room in it, but just you'd be the look of the town wherever you go, whatever beach community. You'd be like, "Oh, dude, I want to get to know you, dude. Awesome, dude. Oh yeah, happy birthday to you, Europump, and to all of us. We're all celebrating Sarah's great birthday."
Say it like Jimmy Carter. What would you like me to say like Jimmy Carter? Rosalind and I are working for peace in Venezuela, and elections were completely democratic under Hugo Chavez and now Maduro. Clearly, there's some sort of a global effort to roust the socialist president.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about politics too. That's kind of why I'm here. You know, I don't even know who Amy Klobuchar's really, you know, what she represents. I just know that her staff doesn't really like her. Yeah, apparently Senator Amy Klobuchar's mistreatment of staff scared off candidates to manage her presidential bid. So she's still planning on making a bid, but I mean, people are going, is she nice or is she like worse than Hillary? Let's listen in.
But I want to bring into the conversation now a very important U.S. senator, a very influential senator, the senior senator from Minnesota, Senator Amy Klobuchar. Senator, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you. And Brian, I want to say, I think you're so special. Brian Williams, I remember when you were, let's start in. Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
We know you were
Thanks,
in the room.
Rachel.
We saw your reactions, but now you have to tell us what you were thinking beyond what we could see.
First of all, I thought Stacey Abrams' response was incredible. The warmth, you could just see the positive, optimistic agenda that she has, that all of us have, that we want to bring forward. But when I was in the room today, of course, the president took a different tone than he does, say, at his political rallies. But what I kept thinking is he was honoring these incredible heroes, rightfully so. But each of these heroes had risen to the occasion in their own time. Whether they were soldiers, whether they were officers, they rose to the occasion.
Why don't you just admire Donald Trump until you get a reach around? What's wrong with this? Why is she kissing up to Donald Trump? What's wrong with these Democrats? They're like caving in, man. Unbelievable.
And he hasn't done that. You think about the challenges in front of us right now, the challenges of law and order when it comes to those investigations, and that he was calling them partisan, and our Republican colleagues were clapping while the Mueller investigation is coming to a head. You think about climate change, our workforce, immigration reform, the things that we should be truly dealing with instead of the chaos.
I'm having a hard time. Does she give you a migraine, or is she's neutral? Well, I hope so, but gosh, she certainly has a problem with her staff. They're upset. Yeah, mistreatment of staff has been on at least 3 people withdrew from consideration to lead the senator's nascent campaign, in part because Klobuchar's history of mistreating her staff, you know. She had the demeaning and was prone to bursts of cruelty that make it difficult to work for her. She habitually demeaned her staff and had prone bursts of cruelty. Kind of like how Kellyanne Conway has to wake up every day to Donald Trump. Kelly, why are you doing this to me? Why is your husband tweeting these horrible things about me? Kelly. Can you imagine how Kelly is kind of like the Rock of Gibraltar to Donald Trump, I think. Now, doing such a good job not of dealing with the opioid addictions, Kellyanne Conway has kind of devolved into this person who just constantly says things that are out of turn and makes funny rhyming noises, and it's just kind of bizarre how, yeah, I don't know, her demeanor is just resilient, man. She's a go-getter, I'll tell you. He's lucky to have her. Yeah, seriously. There's something about that plasticized smile that makes it work for her. I don't know, man. I sounds like you paste it on and be Kellyanne Conway. I'm ready. Kind of now, kind of wow, kind of now, girl. Yeah. It's her hormone treatments. Yeah. It must be the Botox. It affects people psychologically. I think she's in there fighting. I think Sarah Huckabee Sanders she claims that Donald Trump is a gift from God. And I'm not sure if she's worshiping God or Lucifer. I'm not sure if she even knows the difference. When you're immersed in that world of evil, like the Beltway is, I can only imagine how people, they worship probably Jesus as Lucifer. I mean, that's how screwed up things are. Unreal. It's sad but true. We've got these very dark forces in our government. I wish I could get serious about it and talk about it in a real sense. But every time we do, we devolve into talking about Pizzagate. Like, I don't want to go down that conspiracy road right now. But building a country back up and making it beautiful again is all about where we're at, where we're going, where we should be going. Obviously, we're not going there right now, but it'd be great to go there. So bringing back nature. Yep, nature is what we're all about. Okay, it's time for that background music. We have another website playing on the other side. I'm going to go play some music at Cool Rock right now. I'm going to play with an interactive artificial intelligent computer system. Let's do it. Here we go. I'm going to head over there, take a look at that. Okay, type in Cool Rock. There we go. And it opens up our Cool Rock site. And I'm going to go ahead and make it work for me. Yeah. We've got a song lyric generator. We've got, oh my gosh, it's not working. We have an IP failure. Huh. Okay, this has happened before. I'll have to check into that. We've got Scissorfight's music library, and I'm going to go click on one of his music pieces. Yeah, this is how simple it is. Sound of the Jungle. That's a pretty good one. Free Your Mind.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up and do something and what's going on? Free your mind and I will be kind to you!
Hey, how are you doing? Come on over. Yeah. I speak their language. They like me. They are good sheep. They like me. All right, so that was fun. That was Free Your Mind by Scissorfight. Available at our website. Click on Scissorfight's link. Go to coolrock.com and then click on the Scissorfight link at the top. Yeah, I had a lot of fun stuff. We have really interesting things over at Cool Rock. Fun stuff. I enjoy endless things to look at. It's almost mind-blowing, actually. I've got these plugins that are, offered free on the internet, and we just stuck them in there. Like, isn't that cool? And then we've got these interfaces where you can just move anything you want, including the boxes itself. And every single frame is yours to customize. And if you want to refresh, just hit the refresh button on your browser. And That's a pretty interesting topological study. That's amazing. Yeah, see, you got all kinds of adaptations that you can go to. Webcam required. Oh. I'll pass on that one. Oh, but, you know, just fun stuff to play with. Okay, getting back to the news. Other than digesting a 90-minute speech that lasted forever about nothing, I feel like I'm suffering from post-traumatic Trump speech syndrome. You know, don't you? Aren't you kind of like feeling like, wow? It was traumatic just watching somebody listen to a ear prompter and speak the same words over and over again. Dave, please read your messages on Vaughn. I am. I don't get IMs over there, Blue Raven. Right. Researching my straw man. Yes, we checked that out. Yeah. Well, I'm not part of the United States Corporation, Blue Raven. Yeah, my straw man, it doesn't exist. If you trace it back to the United States of America, we don't have a straw man. We're all individuals living free under the Lamb. I'll tell you the good news, Maxed Out Crit. The thing is, we are headed toward a beautiful future. Except it's not going to be enjoyed by all of us, unfortunately. You're tired watching the people getting up every 2 minutes? Yeah, me too. If we don't gather any political momentum against the two-party system, they're just going to continue mowing over everybody's rights and eventually take properties away. And look what happened to the poor people of Paradise, California. It was a disaster. You know, first they got hit with chemtrails, massive sprays of barium and aluminum. Terrible, terrible. And that turned out to be an incendiary device, which turned into like spark capability, and voila, the directed energy weapons were like deployed. I believe the directed energy weapons were used to kill and incinerate the people of Paradise. And I don't even believe we have the actual number accurate. Well, the weird thing is it went from 88 down to 83. How do you get 88 people dead, official count, and it drops to 83? I don't get that. And there's a long time period where 358 people were missing, then 125 is, now I think people are still missing from there, but no mention in the mainstream media about the possibility they may have been burned to death with directed energy weapons. Now that is a serious possibility. Oh yeah. And I'm here just to talk about those people that burned to death in their cars, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'd like to take a look at some of the skeleton, the remains, if you don't mind. I know this is a waste of your time, but it would make us more sensitive to their serious loss, the people themselves. Otherwise, we'd be, ignoring the most obvious facts. Let's take a look at this fire property. Oh no, that's human trafficking. I'm sorry, wrong video. No, see, he's not here. Oh no, he's not here. He's not here. Yeah, for some reason it's not here in my library. Doesn't matter. I was going to bring it in, but it wasn't being kind. Okay, I'm going to bring the volume up now. Thank you.
Come on.
Check this out.
Welcome to the American Intelligence Media. My name is Douglas Gabriel. Today, we're going to continue the reporting we've been doing on the fires in California.
Okay, so we will talk about that later tonight. I'll have that queued up. Yeah, I think we need to look at that again. But eyewitness accounts will give us a first-hand feel for what happened. But yeah, I still believe that direct energy weapons could have been used here. Yes, that's correct, Ivan the Terrible. The two-party system is just comprised of people that are bought off. In fact, the left versus right political paradigm is exactly that, a divide and conquer tool to keep us all separated from uniting in the middle of the political spectrum. You see, I don't have a problem with women having choice. I don't want women to have abortions, but I'm okay with their choice, and I certainly feel that God will choose to, send them to eternal damnation if that's what's happening. But I'm not here to charge them with murder if they abort their baby. I don't want second and third trimester abortions. I would prefer first trimester abortions but I don't even think a woman should do that. They should try to keep the baby. But I also don't believe that we should ever push gun control in America. I think gun control is the first step toward a New World Order takeover. And if we allow that, we're going to surrender our arms. We'll never be able to hold off the tyranny of a global world government taking over our nation. That's a fact. There's no doubt about it. So, clinging to those two core visions for our species and for humanity and for America, if we want children to prosper, and we certainly do, we want them to live happily, not in a world that is despicable with directed energy weapons frying people in their cars. We want to see a country that's stopped the powers from doing this. Otherwise, what's the point of having children? Yeah, really, when you think about it. So we're trying to make it better, and I think that's where we're different than the two parties. The two parties want to just go back and forth against each other without actually fixing the problem. That's the inherent flaw in the two-party system. A lot of this back and forth, like we're seeing right now with the government being held in abeyance and the economy being stitched together with just a few of Donald Trump's 3-week funding programs, we're not going to see any major headway because this left versus right is in lockjaw right now. Pelosi clinging to her belief that she will never fund a wall, and Trump refusing to say the word fence. That's really where we're at. That's a very, very bad place to be. And our political system is so constipated that people like me are suppressed from even getting into a dialogue and talking about things. So it's kind of unfortunate, really, for humanity that the best possible people can't run the country. Four-hour battery life is adequate, but yeah, you may want to plug in Misanthropy. 6 hours is ideal right now. We just got a new computer, and it's got about a 6-hour to 8-hour battery life. The top of the line laptops are going for 10-hour battery lives, but I wouldn't worry about it. Did you see this? No, I didn't. But I'm going to check it out right now.
How can we love somebody that hasn't protected hatred for us? I see you. You want to wave high? A bunch of incest babies. A bunch of babies made out of incest. Right, trailer park babies. This is what America make America great looks like. When was it great? When was it great? I dare you to say it. Right.
Hey, this looks like fun stuff. This is the kind of meat and potatoes stuff we're going to look at in our video tonight. Why not? I'm open to anything. Absolutely. Thank you. even fake news on the fly. Well, the fact is, Russia is pressing the envelope on aggression and interference in our elections. It's subversive for them to engage in this behavior. So our best bet is to take a neutral position at this point and not really reach out in business areas like Donald Trump wants to do, but rather take a back seat and watch what they're going to do down in Venezuela without reacting. Take the higher ground and circle back and ask for an intermediate nuclear force treaty, an INF treaty. That's the smart move. Take the high ground and go back and insist that we need an INF treaty, not react with more heavier weapons. And that we're only playing into the hand of the New World Order, who wants to continually create weapons of mass destruction. You see, somehow these people believe that a global New World government would actually solve problems, create great harmonies. They don't think that. They don't that maybe they're the corrupt ones, that they will end up having a horrible battle of power among a few very greedy people. They don't realize that the nation-state model breaks up the actual functionality of all governments into smaller sectors, thereby retaining that durability. Much like the internet can survive a hit from any one major trunk line, but will always have a splinter of activity throughout the rest of the globe. Much like that, the nation-state model has survived the test of time against all obstacles. So I think the global New World Order is dust, basically. Yeah, it's just not going to work. But we have to prove that, though. Over time, that will play out.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
All right, yeah, so let's reel him in. So Trump has done a pretty good job of diverting our attention from reality, I'll tell you. He's got a pretty crack team of speech writers, and he's got an earpiece that gives him his little word tips. Yeah, it's not bad. It almost looks like a real president, not a figurehead puppet for Putin. Really. Okay, we got Hail Satan coming to a town near you. Awake yet? Wow. I'm imagining this is going to talk about the Luciferians coming around, controlling the governments in our society. I don't know. It's kind of weird. We'll look at that a little bit later. Thank you, Scissorfight. Yeah, why not? Wild. Wild and crazy stuff. I never thought I'd be talking about Luciferians in my life. When I was younger, I never thought, well, gee, Dave, you're going to be talking about Luciferians taking over the UN. No, it was only until I got corroboration that these people were actually nesting at the highest levels in government. Turns out that the Lucis Trust Fund, one of the largest organizations in the UN, a roster-level organization, got their name from Lucifer. And they even have a website talking about the esoteric meaning of Lucifer. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, so they're parked at the UN. They're in charge of all the UN booking meetings. Oh, gotcha. Now I'm beginning to know why Donald Trump likes the UN so much and why he kowtows to them. You remember when Donald Trump was at the UN? It was like he didn't want to hurt their feelings, and everyone laughed at him. It was pathetic. It was weird. Check it out. Yeah, the origins of the evil in government, the UN Lucis Trust Organization. Pure evil nesting in our highest world governments. Bizarre. So here we are. We've got another one, a United for Common Ground Media Summit. Ooh, that looks good. Like something positive. I like it. David Lucifer knows his days are short and he controls the world. So basically he's going to put evil politics and political people at the top. Yeah, I know. And that's why he's so effective at destroying the earth so quickly. They want to burn the earth down. That's why they're literally polluting it right under our feet.
I am a Sandy Hook researcher. You may not all understand the importance of Sandy Hook, but it is a turning point in censorship. I became the administrator of the Sandy Hook Hoax Facebook page in April of 2013.
Excellent. Well, yeah, we want to find out more, especially considering, this trial with Alex Jones is going on. You got to wonder how real that is. Are they just using it as a prop to make it so that nobody questions their authenticity? By putting Alex Jones in front of the court proceedings and the family of the alleged boy that was killed, the media, the powerful media, or whoever is pulling Alex Jones's chains, is using that as kind of a limited hangout, pretending like, well, they're anybody that does something like that, like Alex Jones, and questions the narrative, automatically gets sued. Puts a kind of a strike of fear in the population. And Alex Jones, he may not even be facing any real penalties here. It's just kind of a make-believe drama, making it so that nobody can question the narrative. That's an interesting take. And a sheriff admits church... Oh, this is the Sidethorn thing. Wow. Sheriff admits church shooting was a drill by C.W. Pade. Sidethorn is, as you probably know, folks, is in a mental hospital, I believe. He's been found mentally unstable. Excuse me. After they gave him 5 years or 10 years for a weapons charge. Unbelievable. This is going to be an expansion of that story.
I know this lady down here is a participant, and she told her story that day. We watched her on CNN, okay? But, man, she doesn't need to be coming off that aggressive that night, and I got footage of the drill. Black or white? Wow,
so this guy's going to kind of admit there was a drill going on instead of the Sutherland church shooting the alleged shooting, we're dealing with yet a drill that went live when they pretended to make it, just a real terrorist attack. The biggest problem a lot of us are having right now is with all these fake news stories about terrorist attacks, is that Trump doesn't want to admit any of them are fake, and yet he wants to call all the investigations into his Russian connections fake. That's a problem. And I believe that the idea of fake news in and of itself should not be tossed around like every single thing we see on TV or on the internet is fake news. I think we have to discriminate ourselves individually. Thanks for that link on the Sutherland church shooting there. And what happened to Sidethorn is a tragedy. The guy had a weapons charge brought up against him, and now he's serving 10 years in a mental hospital. Yeah, the fake shooting was just a gun grab thing. That's what all these shootings are. You're right, Scissor Fight. Yeah, they're just kind of priming the pump to make it seem like, oh, these guns are so dangerous. All these people are being killed. Oh, golly. Oh, Bangalitis, you've got a video? Okay, let's take a look. Live leak. We're into it. We're diving in Wednesday style. Yeehaw!
Вопросу инвестиций американских компаний в московское строительство была посвящена сегодняшняя встреча Владимира Ресина с крупнейшими магнатами из США, занимающимися недвижимостью. Первый вице-премьер не скрывал от гостей своей радости по поводу сути их визита, ведь доля американского капитала в московском бизнесе пока что ничтожно мала. Владимир Ресин в общих чертах охарактеризовал положение столичного строительства и предложил несколько программ, в которые магнаты могли бы с выгодой для себя вложить деньги.
I didn't understand a word he said, but I saw Trump there in 1996, and it says this video adds a new insight into Mr. Trump's business dealings in Russia, well before the 2016 election. It had previously been reported he visited Moscow in 1996, a year after he alleged meeting with the former mayor's administration, when he announced plans to invest upwards of $250 million into the city. So this goes back a long, long time, right after he lost that helicopter crash where his top executives crashed. His casino executives were the casinos that were going broke, and he was having a bankruptcy hearing where he told the media that this is great press when they died. Now I understand he blames them for the failure of his casinos. This happened right after that. He went to the Russians for money. Now I'm beginning to trace the financial growth of Mr. Trump and his enterprise. Taking money borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And I understand he got $430 million from his dad through various tax manipulations. Yeah. According to a tax investigator and a biographer, he actually traced $430 million that Trump moved from his dad secretly through various shifty deals. Yes. Undervaluing and overvaluing, a lot of that going on. Back and forth, moving the money. Well, I think it's safe to say that we've got a real corrupt man as our president. Yeah. What do you guys want to do about it? Sit here and do nothing? That's the best option. I agree. Sitting here and doing nothing is a much, much safer move. I feel like on Jeopardy. Oh, so you want to become corrupt? You get a GoFundMe page and go live for the government, become a crisis actor? No, it's okay. You're just being honest. No, I put it to you, Yeah, vote for me. Definitely as an alternative. But I mean, isn't it kind of weird? We're kind of sitting on a precipice where we don't know what to do. Yeah, it's like the whole world is just like, what are we going to do? These people are so corrupt. What are you going to do? Okay, yeah, we'll pull this together. Well, you guys really want to take God's role, you Christian right-wing Trump-tards want to play God's role and decide who lives and who dies. Who died and made you God? I'm just wondering where you get off claiming a mother is a murderer when you're not God. How do you know God isn't murdering children who are miscarried? How do you know God isn't the murderer? How do you know? We don't know anything. In fact, you don't even believe in God. No, I know you don't. I read your mind. You doubt that magical mystery man in the sky who oversees all of your daily functions and kind of like better than Santa Claus. Well, we're not here to talk about God. I just thought I'd mention how people, want to rule over everyone's decisions about life and death with their child. Well, we're not here to make those decisions. If you try to take those decisions away, they'll find an abortion clinic in some back alley with a coat hanger, and you'll lose a beautiful person. And we all know that we need the beautiful people, Unarmed Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile launches from Vandenberg Air Force Base. Hey, we're testing out our intermediate missiles. I heard that we are going to be pulling some of the intermediate missiles off of our aircraft carriers and our destroyers and making them land-based. Now that's Donald's big move to kind of match Vladimir Putin's attempt to criticize or to prepare a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound. And we've got to deal with that reality every single day. Trump doesn't want to do anything but, hey, arm us up. Get us ready for action. I think the rich people just want to test both Russia and the U.S.'s weapons. I really think that's what's going on. Let us take a look at the Vandenberg Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. Wow. I could see, let's watch the firecrackers. See, you want to look at the firecrackers and some of the fireworks? That'll be fun. I like to see things blow up. It's like the mindset of the human race has gone down the toilet. Yeah, praise the war industry. What's this all about? We got America now saber rattling, and we got Russia saber. I saw those films of those missiles from USA News Network, aka Russia Fake News. Let us take a look at Live Leak. Here we go. Okay, we have a situation where Senator Jackie Rosen threatens Kyrsten Sinema. Watch your ass. Watch this. Okay. Was she wearing a sling? She looked like she was wearing a big sling. I know you want to just fire off those directed energy weapons. Okay, here we go. Up. There goes an entire city block. Whoop. Oh, okay. More genocide, more death of more people. Pretty sick, isn't it? I can't believe we're not all outraged that all these people were burned to death in California. I'm still kind of hung up on that one. Dave, you're wearing the Tuesday. Please change it. This is not a wig. This is my real hair, man. Yeah, yesterday was more like a kind of a downward wave. Yeah. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. Well, I think we're done with Trump diversions, except for, the reality that we have to deal with this guy who seems to just he's kind of like a bully, he kind of like, he's bullying the whole world into believing everything he says is correct. No, I'm not. The only thing I support with Trump is all the ideas that he stole from me. Yeah. He's about 10 or 15 ideas have been taken by him from me. And I support those ideas. I don't support him or the Russians or his money laundering tactics with Michael Cohen or Manafort. I don't support him hiring Michael Flynn as a national security advisor for 24 days while he handed over secrets to Russia. I mean, there's a lot of things to be angry about here. But I also respect the fact that he's fighting for my ideas as hard as he is. So I'm in kind of a tough situation. He would never admit that he took my ideas, but I've got video proof that he's taken all of my ideas. Except the ones that really help people. But he's a stable genius. I mean, what are you going to do?
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things. I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Wow. Okay. Well, you see, that alone proves that he's a stable genius. So I think we have to be confident that he's definitely thinks he's a stable genius, which is good. Yeah, I think that's a great thing. You know, he's got the confidence of a person who likes to lie incessantly.
He's definitely has self-confidence.
He has self-confidence. See, we got something positive to say about Trump.
He loves himself.
He loves himself. There you have it, everybody. Yeah, the birthday girl is back. We've got a non-stop birthday experience happening today. We ate.
Yes, it's really my birthday.
Yeah.
It's been the best year. It's a culmination of my best year of my life.
Probably. I think so, yeah. I agree.
My most productive year of my life, I will definitely say that.
You sure have been productive. It's amazing.
I wrote down I wrote down my accomplishments this year, and then I've accomplished it even more.
Good. Well,
became Google certified.
Oh yeah. That's right. You did. You know, she did Google certification in 2 days. It was.
I did 2 levels, level 1 and level 2, in 1 day.
That's true. She did level 1 and level 2 in 1 day. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
And then I had a lot going on.
You did, yeah.
Now I'm just like sitting back and relaxing.
Yeah.
At least for a week or so.
I would. Definitely reunify with your inner self and pursue your creative adventure. All right, I'm going to step out. Thank you for coming in, everyone.
Thank you.
I've got that queued up for you if you need it. Just grab it. And this is not something I'm looking at. I'm good there. Okay. And I've got these 3 movies over there I'm keeping for tonight. Oh, and let's play Dr. Daigle again. I'll do Dr. Daigle when I get back. Okay, thank you.
Yesterday was a snow day for my birthday. I've had like 3 birthdays like that where they're like, ooh, due to weather. I did go to work on my birthday. I often work on my birthday. Google certification is where like you can be a teacher and then be certified at like 4 different levels, and the first level is like, do you know Google products? The second level is like, do you know more about Google products? The third level would be like being a trainer for, could you train others? And there's another one too, an innovator, to like innovate with Google stuff. yeah, they basically help you love Google in a way. I mean, it's more like tests. They're tests to see if you know how to use Google's products. And so, anyway, I don't know, Ghost. If Google took my job, I'd probably just go out and find another job. My master's degree sounds terrifying. Why? It's just putting one foot in front of the other, or one call or one paper, and just keep going with my papers from everything I described to you tonight, because I called someone every week. Well, it went down to like once every 2 weeks after about 6 months, when she realized, oh yeah, you're plugging away just fine. But it would be worse, I mean, in some ways, if you had to go to classes in person. And the Google certification had nothing to do with my master's. And that peer pressure, well, it's like the thing about, I actually appreciated that about my master's degree, that is they call it a student mentor, because here's the thing, I'm paying to get my master's degree, and you can pay for a gym membership and never go. But if you had like a personal trainer there to say, okay, you need to do 50 more reps, come on, you can do it, like a cheerleader, you're more likely to do it. No, even though I probably do. I mean, I use Google products with students, but I could easily, I'm sure, I am going to a convention at the end of this month, and I'm tempted, so there will be a few nights when I'm not here with David, and I'm tempted at that time to see if I can do Microsoft Educator, so that I'm not just about Google. I can do things with Microsoft as well. But I'll see. Yeah, some people are totally capable of motivating themselves when they go to the gym for a long time on their own, and they can motivate themselves, and it paid off. That's the thing, yeah. And you know what? I will tell you this about Linux. Well, the Chromium version of Linux is so we have these old computers at our school, old PCs for the teachers to use. And they're running on, I think, Windows 7 is the operating system. They might have updated to Windows 10. Nope, they're still running on Windows 7. And they replaced the hard drives are getting full with the latest updates of Windows 7. And on their recent survey, they sent out this survey, and I actually wrote in there, well, if you made the teachers' laptops Chromium, they could actually last a lot longer than trying to replace those PCs, or try to, anyway, they could last a lot longer, because right now they're all Windows, and the only reason that they need Windows is to run Windows products, even though everyone in the district uses Google Apps. Well, at least all the teachers do. The big issue with that was that a lot of the things that come from the district office, the main district, when they send it out to the teachers, are using Microsoft rather than Windows. Anyway, or Google or something. You think you'll buy this later this year? OMG Ubuntu. It's a Pinebook Pro Linux laptop. All looks good. A new Linux laptop is on the way from Pine 64 called the Pinebook Pro. $99 Linux laptop. Wait, that was a different one. And now they have a Pinebook Pro. Price tag $199. Oh my goodness. You know what? Thank you so much for this. I actually will be taking your advice to the can I just type in Pinebook Pro and find it? I'll be telling people about I'll be spreading the word about that. I mean, that is way cheaper than a Chromebook even. If you can like, the cheapest Chromebook is yeah. The cheapest Chromebook's probably like $250, $299, something like that. I have never seen a Chromebook for $199. Use your own personal WebKit browser if you need a browser. That's pretty cool. Oh wait, they have a Samsung Chromebook 3 for $153. What is this? And an HP Chromebook 14 for $227. This is just rolled out in today. Samsung Chromebook 3. I actually love the Samsung Chromebooks. It's 11.6 monitor or computer. That's pretty small. Runs on dual core basic work tasks like web browsing, word processing. 16 gigabytes of flash storage drive. Storage for files and apps. Okay. I guess I spoke too soon. Oh, I like this Lenovo. I always love the hybrid laptop. Lenovo has that flip. I should show you guys what I'm looking at. David always tells me to do that. I've always loved this about the Lenovo, like the flip to a tablet. I've had it for a while now. Which is pretty nice. But you have to use a $50 discount on Amazon. You're not going to use that. You're not going to get a $50 discount. That's still $300 because you don't get the $50 discount when you're buying like 30 of them or 300 of them. This is what a lot of them have gone for, these HP Chromebooks. HP Chromebook 227. See, this has a 14-inch display. And this doubles as a touch screen. That's the thing. Does that one double as a touch screen? Maybe there's an, I was just talking about, not for me, but I was talking about district buying them. They're probably going to invest in Chromebooks rather than like a Pinebook Pro, Ubuntu or something like that. You know what they say? They get into that education and then they that's how Google has kind of, as you said, indoctrinated students to love Google, because it's not necessarily indoctrinating them to love it. It's indoctrinating them to be so comfortable with it they don't want to try anything else. Like for a long time, that's how Apple became really well known, and then Microsoft, and then also that's how Google got so famous. All of it was through education. It was like, oh, well, if we sell and or give our products to schools, then they'll teach kids how to use this technology, and then the kids will be like, but I'm not sure if I want to try something new. I've always done this. This is what I use in school. So, yeah. You've always used Firefox? I used Firefox for a really long time, but can't remember what it was that sent me to Chrome. I think certain websites didn't work for me on Firefox, so then I had to switch to Chrome. Certain websites, I have this older Mac, and they don't work on that because I'm running an old operating system. I could update the operating system, but then I'm in a rock and a hard place, because if I update the operating system, then I can't use it with the other things I need to use it with. Anyway, Chrome has been a pretty stable browser for me, I have to say. Yes, you're right. Good point. Giving all our data to Google by using their browser. Whoa, you know what? That reminded me. I might need to email my Congress, my state Congress people, because they were talking about making a new, I think California and Washington are talking about making new privacy laws because the federal government isn't doing enough with privacy. And then I was going to talk to them about the privacy laws that the laws that they have in place for schools to hold on to data in hard copy form is ridiculous and needs to be changed as they're changing the privacy laws for technology. You went back to Firefox and used DuckDuckGo for searches. That is probably good for privacy issues. It's all about building in those habits. Yeah, 907, it is kind of weird. Like, Google owns us. They know when we sleep, when we eat, what we like, yeah. And I did get that creepy feeling like when I watched that Snowden film that Misanthropy suggested, that they claim, that they can watch all of us. And they probably still are. I mean, they didn't imprison Snowden, and they want to imprison him because they don't want us to know that they're filming us, can listen in on us. Well, the other day I had my phone. David always tells me to keep my phone out of the bedroom, but yesterday I was waiting, like I was looking at my phone every couple hours to see how far when they were going to grade my paper. So it was like, you're 13th or in the queue. Start like you're 26th in the queue, you're 19th in the queue. So I kept it in there Oh, cool. You made that.
And
Oh, that doesn't fit. Or wait, what?
No, when you microwave it, just leave it loose.
Okay, yeah.
If you clamp down on it, it'll suck it in.
Yeah, I noticed. I did that one time, and I think I might have broken it, but
It's okay. I'll leave this for you for tomorrow.
okay, that sounds good. Anyway, but I have a. Obviously, I don't put tape over my camera here, and my laptop camera I usually leave it closed. But I do have this little cute little thing I picked up from. Actually, picked it up at a tech conference. It's a window shade, so you put it on top of your camera, and it has like a little pull tab, so you can open and like make a little screen, or then you can close it and close off the camera like that. So it's like, see, don't see. So I put that, I have that on my camera, but for my Chromebook. And then yesterday I put like this thing I use to sleep with my eyes. I put that on top of my cell phone camera. I was like, oh yeah, I don't want them to watch me. Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me. Yeah, the thing about electrical tape is, what if you do want to have a conversation with someone? That's why I do like those little windows. I think they call them cell phone camera covers. But they're pretty neat. If I go to this convention again, and if they have more, I'll buy some more for like our new laptop. Or not buy, but they have them as like, they had them as like promotional items. And on this device, we do have a separate, this is a USB camera. The big thing is to turn off and close your laptop or device when you're not using it. Especially close it. I'm sure they could try to power it up or something. This is the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Oh. The purple webcam covers NASA.gov was giving out are transparent. Oh my goodness, are other ones transparent too? How to check? Wow. Wow. Wait, that was pretty funny. NSA Gov, the webcam covers you're giving out. And then I liked what somebody wrote down below. If you use a webcam cover provided to you by the NSA, you probably should know that they're going to be transparent. Oh, goodness. And then somebody put, it's good to see the NSA finally supporting transparency. That was pretty hilarious. That was cute. Thanks for the share, Misanthropy. I haven't tried. That's true. I haven't tried my webcam on the computer that I use a webcam cover on. That's rather interesting. So it could be totally transparent. But I didn't get it from NSA.gov, and it's not purple.
All right. Thank you very much. You fulfilled a full time. Give me a chance to do some stuff. So you're all set. That's great. Thanks, Sarah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
My knee is still bothering me.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, let me put on a video here. Hang on.
No, I'm good. You don't have to put on video.
Well, I wanted to go show you something. I have a little present for you in the other room.
Okay.
Okay, folks, I'm going to put on a little video from our library. Sarah and I started this about 10 years ago, and we were just walking around on the beach, I know, in our area, talking about politics, and that's what started this whole thing.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as President of the United States. And in that time period, he spent close to $3.2 trillion. Money we don't have. Money we won't even have in the next 10 years. And I'm beginning to think that he's not the guy for the job. And if you agree with me, and like many Democrats, I left the Democratic Party because Barack Obama didn't really come across as an honest person to me. So I suggest you vote for me in 2012 as America's third party candidate and begin changing this government from the top down. Bring honesty back to America. Bring honesty back to politics. And that's what I think we can do. So join us and visit us every day at Blog TV. blogtv.com/people/America's Third Party. We're on every day trying to talk to you and trying to find out how you feel about this country. We're walking along the beach here in Washington, and it's so beautiful. And like I said, this is the environment we want to protect all around the country. But the problem is, we've got a president named Barack Obama who spent the last 100 days spending money we don't have, money that our children and their children don't have. And we're wondering what the heck is going on. Well, I can tell you one thing. I can manage this country a lot better than Barack Obama. I'm David John Sponheim. And I think the key is to actually find the waste. Now, Barack Obama said he's going to find $2 trillion in waste. I want to see him find that waste before he starts spending our money. And I could guarantee you I could find that waste, and then I'll direct that money to jobs, green tech jobs. With a 6-week to 6-month training period, everybody could be working and getting a good job, good employment, good living wage. So let's get this country back on track. Let's get out of debt and improve our environment. That's what it's all about. Hi. You're probably wondering where our country's going. I know I am. It's going down the tubes. Our country is in bad shape, and we've got bad leadership right now. The American people chose a politician, not a leader, with Barack Obama. They chose a man that told them what they wanted to hear, not what they needed to hear, and not what we need to do. Barack Obama has no experience in business. He clearly is running this country into the ground, spending way too
Wow, that was amazing. Yeah, thank you for, I don't know what was going on with that would be a metal detection sound. It was like weird crackling sound. I guess the video is getting old. I played it too many times. All right, so Chromebook for $227. You saw that earlier? That's impressive. Wow, $227. Exciting. Oh, sorry. I did zip it up. Check this out. Laptops with 14-inch displays like the Chromebook 14 from HP represents a nice middle-of-the-road option between compact 11 and 12-inch platforms. Yeah, that's great. For $227, how could you not buy... Really? Well, that was 10 years ago. You know, you get older. You can't help but get older. Except I don't. There are ways of staying young. I don't know how, but, well, I'm working on it. One of the goals here at America's Third Party is to clean the oceans, kind of like Boyan Slats, without wasting $2 million on equipment that doesn't work. What do you mean by that, Misanthropy? Could you spell that out in detail? You talk a big thing about women and all that, how many women you've had in your life, but you know, it's not really our business. We don't care. Thank you. You do whatever you want. I also support legalization of marijuana at all levels. So this is why I am better than the two-party system combined.
Hi, I'm Jane Fonda.
Hi, Lily Tomlin. Let's take a look. Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin talking. It's kind of cool. Get some of the matriarchs of Hollywood to talk to us. Let's listen in.
Lily Tomlin. And we're doing an complete
interview for Wired.
For Wired.
Wow, okay. That's exciting. Whatever that means. I can't wait to listen to Hanoi Jane and one ringy dingy, two ringy dingies, as if many of you even know what I'm talking about. People don't even know that Lily Tomlin is a comedian. One of the funniest comedians of her own mind. Okay, we're done with that and that and that. Washington Post. Oh, that's not a story I want to cover. I don't really want to talk about Trump anymore. It's getting boring. You know, unless Adam Schiff can do something. I mean, what are the Democrats waiting for? I would have had impeachment charges by now. Oh, yeah. I'm sure they did. We're kind of caught in a do loop here. If I continue talking about Zionism, I'll be drifting away from our discussion of renewable energy and saving the planet. So because Zionists don't really care whether they want to save the planet or not, they just want to destroy all of mankind. And they don't, you know, saving the fish in the ocean and legalizing marijuana are not high on their priority list. That's why they haven't done it. But according to a top former CIA officer, Philip Giraldi, Israel is really dangerous. Yeah, this is kind of a crazy assessment here. But he may be onto something. This guy's a seasoned CIA professional. He says, Philip Giraldi has recently written an interesting article saying some damning things about Israel and the Turkish government. He said that former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn was recently compelled to register as an agent of Turkey after he received $530,000 in payments to support Ankara's view regarding those it believed to be behind last year's coup. Okay, Flynn is a bad guy, but what about Israel, said Giraldi. Ironically, he wrote, the most powerful and effective foreign government lobby in Washington is so dominant that it has been able to avoid registering for the past 55 years. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC. Now, for the longest time, I thought AIPAC meant American Israeli Political Action Committee until I read this, which shocked me after 8 years of misstating that they were a registered political action committee. I realize now they weren't. They were last confronted by FARA when its predecessor organization, the American Zionist Council, was pressured by John F. Kennedy's Justice Department in 1962 and 63. They have not registered for 55 years as a political action committee. And Kennedy's death stopped that effort and ended White House attempts to hold Israel accountable for the development of its secret nuclear weapons program, which depended on nuclear material removed illegally from the United States with the connivance of a company located in Pennsylvania called NUMEC. I mean, this is stuff our government won't even touch. Nobody in the media wants to talk about this either. Pretty weird, huh? That AIPAC's been funding Clinton and Obama and Trump, and they're not even a registered political action committee? Huh. I don't mind talking about other things besides Trump, but let's face it, he is the biggest obstacle to America's progress right now. I mean, how can you not talk about the biggest elephant in the closet? No offense, Donald, but you are a little bit heavy. Oh, a little too much fast food there, buddy. Gee, I think I'll have some dermal abrasion done here. Yeah. Could I have some dermal abrasion, please? What's up with the measles outbreak? Well, it can be serious if you don't take care of your child. Yeah, measles can evolve into pneumonia, or in some very rare cases, a terrible thing called neural encephalitis, which can cause irreparable damage to your child. The brain could be, after losing oxygen, you could have a person with diminished capacity. Yeah, it's a serious thing. So, measles is not deadly, though, in and of itself. The pneumonia is usually the thing that kills people. So if you take really good care of somebody with measles, they'll survive it. But it's a terrible disease, you know. I'm a little worried about our vaccinations. Yeah, they haven't really been verified. Apple cider works great for dermal abrasion. Great. Well, I'll have to tell that to my laser dermal abrasion therapist. Apple cider? You put acid on your face? Hey, have a little muriatic acid on your face there, buddy. Cleans out your pores really good. That and concrete. They found patient 0 that came into contact with the unvaccinated kids. But it doesn't shock me. Yeah. Now the kids are now consider them vaccinated. They had the measles. Hello? That's actually better than vaccination. Getting the real disease. If they weren't spreading disease like wildfire among the vaccinations themselves. There was a mumps outbreak recently. Oh yeah. In which the vaccinations were the cause of the spread. Dun, 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 dun. Arkansas hit by a mumps outbreak caused by the people getting vaccinated. Dun, 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 dun. Check it out. Mumps now in Fayetteville among only the vaccinated. Yep. Well, I guess that's just a picture. It appears that within the return to school in the light of mandatory vaccination laws, increased pressure by physicians to get vaccines, and of course vaccine shedding, Big Pharma is seemingly bringing back mumps to our nation's children. In the last 15 years, the highest number in Arkansas we've had was 14. Luckily for those children that have not been vaccinated, the same false sense of security doesn't seem to apply. Avoiding germs and proper hygiene appear to be the best way to avoid mumps. Good old wash behind the ears. Keep yourself clean, take vitamin D, and stay in the sun. Vaccines have been proven to be useful only in a group of test cases involving pneumonia. Apparently, pneumonia is so specific that if you give your elderly family member the pneumonia vaccine, it will help them for 10 years. That much has been shown to be proven to be effective. But I would get vaxxed. I'm just not into the idea. I've been vaxxed. I had the standard 7 or 8 vaccines when you were a kid, but now they're forcing kids to have 73 at once. It's bizarre. And I feel that it is wrong to force vaccinate children. Brethren, I choose to have my vaccines in small bursts. I would like to have vaccines a la carte, please. It'd be a lot better because what's really, what we do know for sure from a study done at Yale University in 2014, the number of children getting autism in a case of black children who were force vaccinated increased dramatically relative to the number of vaccines that they had. The more vaccines they had, the more they got autism. 38% sampling. Not exactly something the CDC should just blow off. Go away. You're sick. You're mentally ill. In fact, let me tell you something about yourself. It's a lampshade. It's got little doilies on it. It's next to your bed. It belonged to your grandmother. Sorry. Only one day an immigrant will enter the country, patient zero, and we'll all pay the price. We already have. Barack Obama brought 14 Ebola patients into the country, and now they're spreading like wildfire among laboratory samples in a controlled environment. They're actually breeding the Ebola vaccine. They're creating an Ebola rabies vaccine. Huh? How about that? Your tax dollars going to work at the CDC. How about that, huh? How about them apples? Yeah, they're breeding a vaccine that'll be apparently going to make us safe against Ebola and rabies combined. Something tells me that is the zombie apocalypse gene, Doesn't that sound like, there's been a terrible error in one of our major universities. They've released the zombie apocalypse. The rabies Ebola virus is out. Something's wrong with our country, folks, in case you didn't notice. I know that we come here every night talking about it, but something really seriously is wrong with this country. Aside from the fact that I look like a Dutch boy, I am not a Dutch boy. Man arrested for stealing 70 pairs of shoes he sniffed for sexual pleasure. Foot Fetish Anonymous, FFA, has been a big, huge, has a large following of sock sniffers and shoe lickers, and this guy is tops the cake. Look at the collection. He just grabs them and steals them so he can smell them. Makoto Endo, 40, was arrested for stealing 70 pairs of shoes as the stinky odor turns him on. A middle-aged man has been arrested for stealing 70 pairs of shoes. Makoto Endo. Endo admitted he did not mind if they were men's or women's shoes. He just gets off on them. He reportedly had a fetish for footwear and enjoys getting his kicks from the odor. Yes, he's stolen these shoes about 2,000, whatever, in Tochigi and Saitama over a year-long period. An amazing collection of fetish shoes. Let's get a picture of Endobo. There he is. Meanwhile, a young man revealed recently he was in a relationship with a cockroach called Linda. Okay. I think we've seen enough now. Does anyone really want to see what what he looks like? Endo? There must be let's Google his name, okay? Makoto Endo, smelly sock sniffer. We're wasting our time, yes. That's what we do on Wasteful Wednesday. We're checking shoe fetishist. Apparently there is no picture of, oh, wait a second. We have a possible shoe sniffer picture. Okay, Japan Today has a picture of this shoe sniffer. Yes. Apparently he was in a position to steal shoes rapidly, being he was working for a traveling company carrying a, yeah. Very interesting. So this man was apparently driven by the smell of shoes near his body. He then became, had an animus towards them, which then evolved into a sexual passion. He is very orderly in his addiction, I must say, yes. Impressive shoe collection, Endomo. But it's time to spend the rest of your life in prison. It's sick, I tell you. We could talk about some really sick stuff tonight, but I'd rather not. I'm sick and tired of talking about sick stuff. It gets to the point where, you hash it up. What are you going to do with it? You can't talk about it. I'd much rather talk about things that matter, like marijuana. Marijuana, men have named you. Yeah, so welcome to Hollywood. The only thing messed up about this Hollyweed picture is the cell phone towers emanating from my brain. Fermented rotting shark creates a stink at Sweden's disgusting food museum. Wow. How about that? A disgusting food museum. That's one way to draw tourists. Who doesn't want to be around disgusting food? It could be like a dumpster diving eco holiday. Hey everybody, I'll charge you $700 a day to go dumpster diving with me. Something like that. Here we go. Mongolian sheep. Eyeball juice. Just one of the exhibits at Sweden's disgusting food museum. Here's looking at you, kid. Here's looking at you, kid. Or how about Chinese moose wine? Mouse wine, a celebrity vintage that's full of body. Vegemite yeast extract. The Icelandic delicacy hakarl, made from fermenting rotting shark.
A late TV personality called it the single most disgusting thing he'd ever eaten.
Hakarl is the single most disgusting thing he'd ever eaten, Anthony Bourdain said.
It tastes like chewing on a urine-infested mattress.
Chewing on a urine-infested mattress. Right. Dry turtle soup. Or the bull penis. Please touch. Such as Peru's roasted guinea pig. Oh, a Marzu cheese crawling with maggots. Who doesn't want to jump into that Marzu cheese crawling with maggots? Oh, yeah. I did not know they ate peckers in North Africa. I will Google it. I am Googling eating peckers in North Africa. Current access point. We have big peckers, pecker eaters, North African peckerhead, woodpeckers, but no one eating peckers in North Africa. I just Googled it. Yeah. I've been Googling Gaga as well. I should go on vacation and cast for a week, not cast. Yeah. Well, I'm planning on a long vacation actually. Yeah, I'm actually I'm thinking of a full-on 3 or 4 day vacation. Yeah. I think it's something I've been wanting to do. I fly to Cancun, spend some time, maybe take a trip up to Monte Carlo in my Lear. It's so difficult doing a live show from the road, I don't know what a pecker is. I have no idea, nor do I care. Did it ever occur to you that our society is becoming slowly brain dead? And anything at all is too much to handle? Have you ever noticed that the more you think, the more painful it gets? That's perhaps why we're turning into a nation of sheep. Hey, by the way, there's a magnetic problem with the magnetic north. You probably heard about it. We've got some more information about it. It turns out true north is not exactly true north anymore, and we're seeing some major anomalies. The magnetic field near the Arctic is acting weird. Yeah. Very strange, yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're having the polar vortex right now. Well, the magnetic field that surrounds our planet is constantly shifting. But recently, near the Arctic, it's been so active that researchers had to release a crucial update. The magnetic north is changing so rapidly at a much faster pace than it did. In fact, it changed the same amount of distance between 1900 and 1990 as it did from 1990 to 2018. That's a 3 or 4 time progression of the speed at which we are changing our magnetic north. Now, there are theories that are leading up to believing that maybe we're causing it with chemicals. I would say that's a strong theory and most likely the case, that chemtrails are probably causing the shifting of the magnetic north. I'm going to just throw it out there that that's probably what's happening. So if you're wondering if these things that they spray in the sky are causing problems, yeah, they are. Heavy metals will do that. They'll change the magnetivity of the entire Earth's ionosphere. This kind of thing is an alteration of nature that is abhorrent to nature and will invariably cause a massive global crisis for mankind. But there's also a possibility, and this is even weirder, that Russia is actually moving uranium. Russia stealing magnetic north, report claims, that they're moving uranium causing this shift. Now that's another theory. A damning new report published by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has claimed that Russia has been slowly stealing magnetic north for the past 20 years. It's a 467-page report stating that Vladimir Putin secretly conspired with dozens of Russian billionaires to shift Earth's north magnetic pole back as early as 1999. Now, mind you, Russia is a country with the economy no bigger than Texas. So they're meddling in elections, rigging the Brexit vote in England, the initial Brexit vote, causing all these stirs with threats of global and destructive forces that they're capable of levying against the entire world. Makes you wonder, their activity in Venezuela makes you wonder if this isn't some bizarre, desperate plea to bolster their economy. Makes sense, doesn't it? I think so. Hey, Emad Zuberi. He donated big time to Trump's inauguration. Now the prosecutors have some questions. Now, Emad Zuberi is just a businessman who donated about $1 million, let's see. That's right, $900,000, right around $1 billion to the committee to elect Donald Trump. It's a large donation from a committee. Well, it turns out that he's a venture capitalist. He calls himself. He's a big fundraiser. He pulls a lot of money from countries all around the world. This guy. Yeah, he works with globalists, ventures, capitalists, blah, blah, blah. And also Sri Lanka. He has Sri Lanka money. He got paid $4.5 million to him directly. So Sri Lanka kind of was looking for access, but he claims that he had nothing to do with getting access to the president through that. But then Michael Cohen comes along. Apparently they worked together on a couple different deals. Other activities abroad. He worked on the Chinese government on economic affairs on multinational companies, so he may be working for China. But nothing really big, you know? So this is the kind of minutia that the Democrats are going to be going through and sorting through to kind of get an idea of who was funding Donald Trump during the inaugural period. Iman Zuberi was, just for starters. Makes you wonder. Yeah, just, you know, globalists funding Donald Trump. Wonder why. Wonder why he took all that foreign money. Okay, surely we can come up with a new diversion. Oh, let's talk about his speech or something. Yeah. Whatever you want, we can talk about it. Let's stop talking about cleaning the ocean. You know they're never going to do that. All right, let's just talk about Trump. Boring. Well, temperature changes can alter the jet stream, Gardy-Lou, yeah. But a mix of chemicals in the atmosphere is bound to completely affect the magnetosphere. And Russia moving uranium, 100 miles away can alter the distance where the magnetic north would be too. But why would they be doing that? Well, the theory is that Russia may very well have one goal in mind. That's to monetize all navigation systems. So you can imagine if they themselves were the only ones that could control where magnetic north was, maybe they could charge people to adjust to their magnetic north. I don't know. It looks like Russia's looking for all kinds of ways of making money because they can't make enough money in their country to, compete with the big guys. So they have to steal it. Makes sense, right? Of course they'd want to control American elections. Trump would be an easy mark in that he likes money. He's very greedy. Well, if uranium's not magnetic, then why the hell would we be talking about uranium mining and magnetism? Okay? Did you get the memo? Here, you read the article and get back to me, okay? Thank you. Until you read the article, you're not really able to comment on the article. No, the article brought it up. I merely am a vegetable, a messenger. You think I wanted to read that article? Jeez. These secret files show how the Trump-Moscow talks unfolded while Trump heaped praise on Putin. BuzzFeed is a major source of good news, not necessarily fake news. And now Mueller is contradicting BuzzFeed. Mueller is saying that BuzzFeed doesn't have the facts, and BuzzFeed does have the facts. Ahead of Michael Cohen's testimony, read the original paper trail behind the campaign to build Europe's tallest tower in Moscow and how it played out alongside Donald Trump's presidential campaign. This article talks about how Trump kept saying that he had no business with Russia while he was doing business with Russia. Yeah, this is more than enough proof they've got at BuzzFeed that Trump lied about not doing business with Russia. Oh, really? So you believe that Waterford Whispers is an Irish joke site? Really? Okay. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, I'm glad you told me. Waterford Whispers News is now no longer on our list of things we will talk about. Let's talk about this. Who cares how the magnetic north is moving? Let's talk about how it is moving. All right? And what is your theory, Gardy-Lou, as to why it's moving? Any ideas? The first phenomenon was the moving North Pole, which is moving towards Siberia. 3 European satellites called SWARM measure the magnetic field in every 90 minutes. Tiny meteorites are everywhere.
So we're out here on the roof of an apartment building in Brooklyn, New York, and we're looking for meteorites, pieces of rock and metal that have fallen from space and have landed here on Earth.
That's kind of cool. We'll play that tonight. Looking for meteorites. But that's an interesting theory that, the magnetic north is moving, because I've seen it move. My compass on my car, my little Honda Insight, has been moving at least 2 degrees every year, it seems, or 1 degree every year. Yeah, out of a 360 degree, I'm measuring about 14 degree movement in the past 14 years. All right, thank you. Thanks for sharing. Okay, we're done with those. Let me touch base with the news. Maybe Trump said some pearl of wisdom between the start of our show and now. We're doing wonderful. Everything's great. I'm doing an incredible job. Everything is wonderful. America's very proud. Democrats just called Trump's investigations bluff because he said he doesn't want any more investigations. Yeah, so the Democrats are calling his bluff. I'm reading the news in real time with you right now. Would you like to hold hands? Let us hold hands as we share in the news. Site can't be reached. They always do this. They have the temporary site problem and then boom, there it is. This is how my internet works, okay? Thank you, Gotti Lou, for
an economic
for
miracle is
clarifying
taking
that.
place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations.
Now, Adam Schiff is married to a woman. There she is. Yeah. Very close to family member of George Soros. Yeah, that's Adam Schiff. Now, that's the guy that we're relying on to pull up the dirt on Donald Trump. Wow. A guy who's literally a family member of George Soros. Unreal, huh? Talk about cooking the goose and the gander, too. I don't think we're going to be able to get any kind of traction here. Adam Schiff seems to be kind of a meek man. Not a very aggressive man. Not a very bold and attacking guy. And neither is Mueller. I mean, where are the attack dogs out there? I would say that Avenatti would be kind of a lawyer type attack dog. But he spun off a horrible suit on defamation of character when he should have gone after a lawsuit against assault and battery. Remember when Michael Avenatti supported Stormy Daniels in a defamation case against Donald Trump in which she lost a lot of money? She has to pay out of pocket now over $250,000 to Donald Trump for his legal fees. That creepy porn lawyer guy. Yeah, he's the only guy who was a really vocal outpost for attacks on Trump, but mostly about her and the whole pornography thing. But yeah, Schiff did open investigations into all of Trump's finances today. But again, like I said, there's got to be evidence somewhere buried there that Michael Cohen gave money back to Trump for pay for play. It just stands to reason that if they've got all of Michael Cohen's accounts, his checkbooks, unless it was a cash deal, they would know if Trump was getting money under the table for access. That's all they'd need to launch an impeachment case. Same with Manafort. Manafort has to have some money connections when he sold those houses. There's money laundering that went down with real estate being pumped up in value and oligarchs paying double the price for Trump real estate. That's suspicious in and of itself. Well, I believe it should be under Schiff's authority. All of this, all the money matters in Trump's finances should be under Schiff's authority. If he's leading the House investigation, my goodness. And where are the 10 years of tax returns? What the hell's going on here? And that's the most obvious example of shillery when Mueller refuses to get 10 years of tax investigations or 10 years of taxes through a subpoena to Donald Trump. Why are we seeing this incompetence? Because they're willfully not prosecuting. That's why. They stuck their puppet president in power, and they want to milk him for at least 4 years. That's why. And you supporters think everything's great. A lot of you Trump supporters absolutely support everything he does. No matter what. It's like he has a carte blanche on everything he does. It's fantastic. Oh, yeah, he's great. He's the best. Oh, yeah. But Adam Schiff is a little too meek, in my opinion. I don't have any taxes. I don't make any money. I retired, 10 years ago? 9 years ago? Yeah. Unlike Trump, I'm not in debt, and I don't have a massive debt load, so I don't have to worry about money. I can just draw from savings. I don't understand what's wrong with people like Trump. Why do they keep acquiring more money unless their pure greed takes over? No, I don't make enough money to warrant filing. I live on next to nothing. You see my Thursday TV shows. Tomorrow I'll be making, I think I'll be pan frying some dirt and have some toothpick floats. We'll have a wonderful day of cooking dirt and toothpick floats. I could live on next to nothing. I've trained myself. It's part of my Zen training. When I made a vow of poverty, I went through an austerity program where I cut back on all my expenses. I got down to buying 2 bags of organic rice and beans. 1 bag of organic rice and 1 bag of organic beans. 20-pound sacks, and I'd stretch it out for 6 or 7 months. I can get my food budget down to about 75 cents a day. Sorry to spill the beans on you, buddy. Well, that was my excursion into Zen Buddhism. I didn't really stay there. I wasn't that interested. Hello, this is Grim Melko's grandpa. I understand he's been trolling your show under the name Mr. Pigou on Vaughn Live. I'm sorry he is such a handful. Well, thank you, sir. Thanks for recognizing your grandson's psychotic disorder, you know. Not many people can handle that. You're dealing with a highly autistic child there. Maybe even psychotic. Now, he's not a child. He's 29 years old, right? So this guy is kind of creeping me out. George Soros' relative.
If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way.
Okay, so how can we... Yeah.
Out front tonight.
Stop. Go away. How this guy rolls is just so weird. It's like he's going to try to stop the investigation just like he got rid of James Comey and fired him. Now he's trying to obstruct justice using his State of the Union address. Wow. There's no barriers to this guy. He wants to obstruct justice in his State of the Union address. Amazing. We need Trump footage of him getting into his limo. I think I've got some in my archives of him not knowing which way to turn. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He sat on his nuts? Really? What are you talking about? A chipmunk? All right. It's obvious that many of you are not taking Wednesday seriously. We have a time in our show where we can actually look at the options you may have, being you're nearly out of money and running into, your parents telling you have to move out, like Melko's grandparents are saying. Oh, yeah, I believe this. Here's another photograph of allegedly the Earth from a distance. You know, that's about as credible as I've ever seen, except for one little small factoid. Where are all the stars in the background? This is what the picture should look like. Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and gray. Yeah, very close approximation, but no banana. It's painful to sit on your nuts, asswipe. Wow. I can't even imagine those 5 words stitched together in a statement. You're saying you wipe your butt with your nuts? Fascinating. Boy, these humans really are about as evolved as a highly charged, jacked up meth head gorilla. I mean, I can't even imagine where you're going with this. Are you sure you're not a lower special form of human? You people are still fixated on your anus and your genitals. When are you going to evolve? The rest of the galaxies are waiting for you humans to evolve. Oh, come on, Beelzebub. Believe propaganda, my ass. You, sir, are the example, the quintessential example of a stick in the mud, with no awareness or critical thinking ability. Just because a lot of people don't want to acknowledge the existence of a conspiracy, you people have in your mind that any conspiracy is wrong because it's fake news. And man, you people have like 2 marbles rolling around in your brain. That's about it. Sure, you're even functional. There's evidence all over the place. I show you evidence of 9/11 cover-ups on Tuesday. I show you evidence on Monday of not landing on the moon. I mean, I showed you this, and what do you have to say about that? The amazing moon landing. Yeah, it's kind of a bizarre thing when we show you exactly what's happening and you're like, huh? Take, for example, this weird picture.
Port stage pushed. Engine arm is S. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag thought. Pitch over.
Now, if you believe that's real, you probably didn't see the string attached to it.
Proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston.
Yeah, there's no stars in the background because they don't want anyone to see the string. The contrast is pushed to the ultimate, making it impossible to see the string. That's how things should look like in space. See-through. Trump honors the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11 landing. In the State of the Union speech, he talked about Buzz Aldrin, and then we brought up Buzz Aldrin. And we brought up this video of him denying that we went to the moon at all. Check this out.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
So the little girl asked, why hasn't somebody been to the moon in such a long time? Because nobody's been to the moon in 50 years.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there. And we did.
We didn't go there. Because we didn't go there. He said so himself. No, he says we didn't go there. Did you not hear that? Do you want a link? Are you people retarded? God, I mean, the truth is staring you right in the face, and you're like, no, he wants to go back. I saw him on the Trump speech, and he really liked it, Trump said. Yeah, we didn't go there. Can you believe this, Scissor Fight? I can't believe I got to put up with this every night. God, the level of resistance to the truth is just amazing.
I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and we didn't go there, and... Because we didn't go there, and...
We didn't go there, we didn't go there. All together now. We didn't go there. We didn't go there. Just play the link for yourself. I gave it for you. Watch it 50 times over. There's lots of other evidence out there. There's a 7-minute link. You can pull it up. Some of you people have this freaky thought that if you hear the word conspiracy, your brain shuts down like a light bulb. I think people that do question my theories question all conspiracy theories. Yeah, I do. More likely, the people that question my theories most likely believe in a flat earth and a hollow hoax and reptilians. The ones that question the mere fact that we didn't go to the moon are the ones that jump on the bandwagon of flat earth. I know. I remember Woody Woodpecker. Remember that? There's a nice black and white version of me. Me, black and white version of me. So, let's talk, everyone. What would you like to talk about? I will be your interactive virtual chat host. My name is David Sponheim. I would like to share. We didn't go to the moon because Nixon, number one, couldn't get the Saturn rockets to give us enough force and lift. And we couldn't figure out how we were going to actually get there and back off the moon's surface. So right around D-Day, or 1967, 68, NASA started diverting into a different area. They got involved with a guy named Stanley Kubrick, who was developing a movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey. And the camera they were using was really great. It was fantastic, along with the studio. So it turns out that the government had that camera, and they lent it to him to use it for Space Odyssey. And in part of the deal was he'd supervise the moon landing that was filmed in the UK in a studio. The actual landing on the moon was filmed in the United Kingdom, yes. I hate to tell you all these truths, but some of you don't want to hear it, I realize. Wouldn't you love to know the truth, all of you? Wouldn't that be something you want to see? NASA doesn't have any videotape or telemetry data from the moon landings, which shows that they don't even know anything about what the moon landing was all about, which means they weren't interested, which means they didn't go. I should just do a show. I'll do next Truth Tuesday dedicated to the truth, and I'll tell you the truth about everything. All your questions will be answered. Angela Merkel has a better hairstyle than me. I was going for the Angela Merkel look, but I can't even compete with her as a dancer. She rocks, man. Have you seen her dance? This girl can move. 1, 2, 3, 4. Angela Merkel. Rock on.
Die oberflächlich ist und uns zum Schluss alle schwächt. Und ich so, sondern das war auch die gemeinschaftliche Einschätzung. Ich möchte Olaf.
So, being I am donning the Angela Merkel look tonight, I thought it would be only appropriate for me to admire her amazing ability at dancing. Good job, Angela. Outstanding. Das ist gut. Wie geht's es Ihnen? Thank you for suggesting I'm wearing the Angela Merkel look. Very, very flattering. She is. She can move, man. Part of her her rotation is in the flipping of her hips. Yeah, that's only a seasoned dancer who's been dancing at bratwurst brawls for her entire life could pull that off. Oktoberfest was every night at the Merkel home. Thanks, Dave. Heard that name before, never saw that one. Yeah, I mean, Capricorn 1 is a really good movie about the fake moon landing. But yeah, Ron Perlman was in a movie called Moonwalkers about Kubrick being approached to make a film depicting a lunar landing. Thanks for telling me. I'll have to check out that Ron Perlman. People say I look a lot like Ron Perlman. He, of course, is way better looking than me, but his beady, rodent-looking eyes are very much in demand. The look of Ron Perlman is in your eyes tonight. Let's take a look. Let's do a facial match. The Ron Perlman versus David Sponheim look. Yeah, we got a serious physical match with the forehead. I think my brain may be a little larger. My career has been fantastic. I attribute my acting ability to my ability to look like David Sponheim. For years, I've been looking just like him. I must say his hair is better than mine, though. Yeah, he is jacked. He's good. He was great in Hellboy. Oh, yeah. I have not seen Sons of Anarchy. Do you recommend it? Some of you white supremacists probably really get into it, huh? You bikers. Sons of Anarchy. It's cartoonish, really? Sons of Anarchy is? I thought it was like a serious biker movie. The characters are hard to empathize with? Really? Okay. Well, good to know. Yeah, have you ever seen Salton Sea with Val Kilmer? That's got to be one of the all-time best meth movies. Or if you want speed movies, Requiem for a Dream. You ever seen that one? Requiem for a Dream. They were mainlighting Speed, these two. No, Sauvignon Blanc, only you, Melko, have extreme self-love. I am an altruist. You are a segregationist. Bad ending. Sons of Anarchy was great, but bad ending. Bummer. See, I hate to see movies like that. Like Walking Dead, they say, is coming out with like bad... I didn't like this obsession with evil, darkness. I was hoping for the light to... I was hoping for them to eradicate all the Walking Dead. Ellen Burstyn was amazing. Remember when she was juicing it and she was turning into this amazing diet-crazed, middle-aged, older woman, jacked up on speed? Juicing. That was just the weirdest movie. And then man. Anyway, those are the kind of movies a friend of mine watches whenever I go visit him. And he somehow likes like Scarface. He loves that movie. Hell on Wheels, it had 5 seasons, was about to railway race to the Pacific. Really? Hell on Wheels, really? Okay, it was great. I'll have to check that out. Hell on Wheels, okay. I was going to not do Sons of Anarchy. 5 seasons is just perfect for me. Sarah might like that one too. It's historic, the railway race to the Pacific. Okay. Good quips. Thanks, Narcel. Oh, well, good night. I didn't know you were even here. Wow, you've been kind of hanging out. Thanks a lot. I don't read the chatter list, to know who Mark lets in here and who doesn't. Mark only lets certain people in. Very few people get to chat in this show. It's kind of unfortunate that Mark censors so many people from getting in here, but, such is the nature of Mark. The nature of Mark. That's the name we all know, the nature of Mark. So we found out some interesting information that Hitler had up to 12,000 concentration camps in Europe, according to various Jewish sites like Simon Wiesenthal and others. 12,000 concentration camps. We have more than enough capacity to handle about 3% of our population in our existing prisons right now. Right now, our country has 2.3% of its population in prison. That's kind of wild, isn't it? Yeah, crazy. We have more in prison per capita than North Korea. That's even more strange. You saw 6 men kicking and punching the mother-in-law. Your neighbors said, "Are you going to help?" I said, "No, 6 should be enough." Les Dawson. Really, that's a sad statement. Yeah. I know. 6 million Jewish people, not 6 billion, Jim. You upped your ante there. We know you're here from the ADL. Are you the ADL representative, Jim? We expect the Anti-Defamation League to hang out in our show, because I don't ever say anything bad against, Jewish people. Oh, more on the granny update, Sidethorn. Okay, thanks, Scissorfight. Yeah, you're welcome.
Everybody, how the heck are you guys?
If you want to hang out in the show and talk about stuff, you can. I don't hate on Israel. I actually consider Israel a strong ally. I'm just not a pro-Zionist.
Doing out there in YouTube land, in 153 News land. I kind of want to get an update on this and let everybody know where we're at with the entire Sidethorn and Conspiracy Granny thing. And to let everybody know that your freedoms are floating away as you speak, as I speak this. It's over, folks. It is completely over. You live in a 1984 society, and this is what we, I guess, have to accept. And I say we because I still, we still are in and around YouTube land, and living in 1984, you have to adjust everything that you do. So just got off the phone with Sidethorn's mom, and again, for everybody who doesn't, know about the Sidethorn situation, Sidethorn is a journalist, Robert Ussery, and his partner, Jody Mann. They were set up by the federal government. Vice News set them up, and they were basically thrown into jail. They were exposing the Sutherland Springs hoax that has been taken for gospel and will go down in the history books as a real event that actually happened. And this guy, Jody and Sidethorn, Robert and Jody, they've lost their lives. Their lives are now completely gone. So they just shipped Robert off to the nut farm, and Jody is back in the crazy house. So they are there because they say the Sutherland Springs event didn't happen. Now, YouTube, I'm not saying that because I don't want you to kick me off, because I've been a good boy, right? I got live streaming back, and I've been a good boy. I haven't said bad things.
Okay, we'll be dealing with him a little bit later. A lot of people are running scared. They don't want to at least admit that there's scant evidence of a shooting. Wow. That's crazy. Everybody's scared. See that, Scissorfight? Everyone's scared of kicking off. They don't want to get their accounts knocked off if they build up 1,000 subscribers. They're frightened of losing their accounts. We only acquired 1,000 the first year, and then by 2009, the Penguin update started, and they froze our subscription count. So you could subscribe all you want, all of you. It wouldn't make any difference. We'd still have the locked subscription count. We've been censored for 9 years on YouTube. We're one of the oldest groups out there. A lot of people were kicked off with 50,000 subscribers who were patriots, people that were supporting America in every way. And they lost their accounts completely. We luckily stayed in there, but they froze our hit counters. So we don't have hardly any hits on our sites, you can see. It's kind of phenomenal how few hits. But you look back in 2009 and 2010, you'll see our hits were close to 20,000 a week. And right after that new filter, the algorithm they put in, the Penguin update, it was an automatic shutdown. They did it to everybody, us especially. Military drill in LA sparks panic. Wow, so there's helicopters.
A heart-stopping moment for people in Los Angeles when loud explosions rocked the night air and military helicopters descended to land on one of the city's busiest streets. Jim Murray explains what was going on.
Oh my God.
Los Angeles under attack? It sure looked that way as Black Hawk helicopters flew in formation right over downtown buildings in the pitch dark. You can even hear an explosion. Choppers landed smack in the middle of Wilshire Boulevard.
Wow.
Soldiers could be seen running to climb on board in this video shot by a guy out his apartment window. This is Wilshire Boulevard, one of LA's busiest and most famous streets, where people were left in a panic wondering what the heck was going on around 9 o'clock Monday night. It sure sounded like an attack, but it turns out it was just a drill. Social media erupted. This did not look like a drill at all, went one tweet. And this, you got a generation of post-9/11 folks frantically refreshing to find out if there's a need for us to book it out of town.
Yeah. Very terrified. We had to step away from the window because we thought we were going to get blown up.
The U.S. Army did send out a media advisory about the drill, the purpose of which was to enhance soldier skills by operating in various urban environments and settings. Clearly, many terrified folks didn't get the message.
And the tests are not yet over. Officials say more drills are scheduled for this weekend.
She's amazing, isn't she, Deborah Norville? Yeah, it just amazes me how she always looks good, even at her age, you know? Yeah, I think she must have quit smoking. She used to smoke in the old days. I think she quit. That's why she stays so young looking. Or she's having a really good makeover done every week. Yeah, they're practicing to round us all up, everybody. That's pretty much the size of it. Yeah. Yeah, just a drill. I know. What an understatement, huh? 2018 was the 4th hottest year on record. Okay. Thanks for sharing. She had a facelift and nose job. Well, she looks pretty good for her age, I tell you. Let me see when Deborah Norville. She's 60 years old. That's amazing. She's 2 years older than me. That's good. All right. Nancy Pelosi's jewelry tells hidden message to deep state. Wow. That's an 18-minute video. I like that. That'll be good.
Betsy and Thomas here for the American Intelligence Media. Today we're going to give you a quick overview of the State of the Nation address. And we want to start with this unusual pin, lapel pin, that Nancy Pelosi was wearing. Thomas, what is that?
Oh, well, I'm so anxious, Betsy, to talk about the State of the Union address and that Nancy Pelosi allowed Donald Trump to give it. I mean, I'm just so thrilled, and it was so indicative of the pin that she was wearing. The pin that she was wearing was a Roman Caesar's scepter. The combination of the globe, the magical wand of Asclepius, or...
Okay, well, she sure sent a big message there, golly. That's special. Yeah, NASA's been tracking our global temperatures. At least they're doing something with the $17 billion a year that they get. That and fake a lot of landings and International Space Station videos that they fake. Yeah, they really earn their money in the photography studios of faking things. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt that this might be true. Yeah, we've had the 4th hottest summers. And now with the coldest winters, you can see that climate change is happening. And isn't it ironic that Donald Trump didn't mention climate change once in his speech? In other words, the State of the Union might as well be in a vacuum or an aquarium bowl, and we're like goldfish. Nobody can ever say, oh, we're goldfish. She looks tacky, yeah. Ask tech scammers how to avoid scams. Ooh. Kiral Poga.
Thank you for calling online support. How may I help you?
This guy, Kilboga, has been a Twitch success. And as you know, I was banned on Twitch for the most ridiculous thing. Somebody said, are you gay, Dave? And I said, no. And I don't appreciate being being sexually harassed, and they said, "Oh, well, you're a homophobe." What? Yeah, that's it. It went down. Apparently, Twitch has this non-free speech statement on their terms of service saying that if you're a homophobe, you're banned permanently. And I've never been a homophobe, but I don't like homosexuals walking up and going, "Gosh, you've got a nice ass." I'm very offended by that. Yeah, we'll take a look at the tech scammers for sure. That's a good one. Thank you, Scissorfied. The guy does a good job of scamming the scammers. I don't want to appeal my case. Do you realize this fascist that runs that organization? I don't want to appeal my case to some fascist. Well, Killaboga seems rehearsed. Maybe he is. Who cares? He uses voice synthesizers. It's fun to listen to him harass these people, scam people daily. His sweet response to the polar vortex was something like, "Where is global warming when you needed it?" Yeah. And he even couldn't even spell warming. He called it whamming. Thanks, guest 789. Hey, and we've got more abandoned places out there. An abandoned orphanage, house built in 1841.
So we're just walking around the house and seeing what we can get to. And you can see a garage here, but before we got to the garage, there's like a gravestone, like a headstone right there. I don't know if it's supposed to be there, if it was moved there.
That's pretty weird. We'll be looking at that tonight. 1841 orphanage. So many of you want to move to Missouri and Michigan because the property values are so good, and you can now grow marijuana. So why don't we find out? I'd rather live in Missouri myself. So let's go look at Missouri property, shall we? Live in Missouri. Misery. We're going to look at property up to $30,000. So many of you could afford it, assuming you have the ability to save money, which many of you don't. But saving money takes a little bit of effort. If you watch my videos and cook my meals every night, you will save $30,000 in about 20 years. Maybe even 10, depending on how much food you eat out, fast food restaurants you go to. Okay, we're looking at properties in the state of Missouri here for under $30,000. This beautiful little rambler is a cute little street. Look at that. It's like you're living on Storybook Lane, right out of, you've even got a wide front yard. It's kind of a fixer-upper, but that's pretty decent, $28,000. No inside pictures, which is kind of a red flag, meaning it may need some cleaning. Okay, moving on to another place. Now again, you could be near Kansas City and, they're legalizing marijuana, so I'm going to pass on that one. Just too worn out. Interesting. 25,000. Kind of a place behind the street there. No inside pictures, but a nice little view. Look at that. It's not bad for 25,000, man. That's a big backyard. You know what I love? Oh, there's some inside pictures. Look at that. Nice. I like the woodwork. Good little attic in the back there, and it looks like something that was built in piecemeal, but it certainly would be a house for 25,000. That's pretty cool. That would be a nice place to hang out, wouldn't it? And that's not too far from Kansas City. But it's only 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Here's a 3 bedroom, 1 bath. Okay. Pretty decent. Got a backyard, yeah. And here's your street view. Yeah, you got hardly any neighbors. Look at that. Very big lots. Look at that. Yeah. That could be you hiding there with your ATV and your motorcycle, all set for your camp out. And you can always tell by the city services by the streets. There's pretty good pavement there. All right. Are you done looking? Thank you. It's not that far out, and that's far out, man. Well, the best view of the house is your rear view mirror. Oh, here's a little $23,000 beauty. Maple Street, Butler, Missouri. Yeah, check this little puppy out. It looks like a Craftsman, like the old Sears Craftsman houses. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, ooh, look at, oh, I like, yeah. Ooh, hardwood floors. $23,000. Are you serious? Get out of here. Look at the kitchen. This thing is like ready to go, man. Oh, I'm blown away. $23,000 for that little puppy, $1,500. I'm going to give you the link. This is my top choice today. Start out fresh, $23,000. Check it out. That's not a bad place. Look at that. Now the street's a little bit rough, but hey, you know, you're in a neighborhood. There's your neighborhood. Hey neighbor, would you like to live on Maple Street? Won't you be my neighbor? Well, I'm not trying to sell real estate to white trash meth heads here. I'm just trying to reach you. All you Oxycontin heads. Yeah, you didn't know. I knew you were popping Oxycontin in the background. I could see that. It's a prevalent drug of choice for chatters. Hey, if somebody asks you, what do you do with your time? You're a professional chatter. That's right. That was a nice house. Here's the link. Check it out. That's a sweet house. You're a little bit south of the action, but you could still grow marijuana in Missouri now. I think they're at a 4-plant minimum or something, or a 6-plant minimum, but Michigan's got a 12-plant minimum for your own personal use. Hey, I'm just trying to map out a future for you when the whole crap house goes up in flames. Just giving you some options. Yeah, that's what we do on Wasteful Wednesday. We kind of look at different things. Really, Georgia's got some cheap property. Georgia's still not very high in demand. We were looking at oceanfront property in North Carolina, and we found a little gem out there in the middle of, North Carolina, right on the water. It was reduced from 100,000 to 19,000, and it doesn't have any utilities. All the utilities are shut off. And then you notice that there was a swamp around it. And then just a few miles away was an alligator refuge. It's like, yeah, I don't think 19,000 oceanfront property would be that important with alligator refuge nearby. So, needless to say, it's not something I would go enjoy. North Carolina is kind of still iffy. Yeah, there's these refuges here. That's an auction. Now these are all under $30,000 properties. $20,000 in Trenton, North Carolina gets you this lovely manufactured home. This is decent. It needs a lot of work inside. It looks like a massive flood happened and the hurricane probably gutted it. So for $20,000, you're getting the bare bones of a mobile home that needs all new insulation. Yeah. All right. Nothing much there. Anyway, lots of options on Zillow.com. What do you have? Flint, Michigan? Whoa. Check this out, everybody. Yeah, sir. Whoa. There she be. Well, this is a pretty decent house. How much is it? $10,000. 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1,400 square feet. 2-story home with large living room, kitchen, and dining areas. 4 bedrooms in the upper level. 2-car garage. This is a Fannie Mae Home Path property. Wow. That is a good deal for Flint, Michigan. Now, you won't be able to drink any of the water or take any showers because all the water is contaminated. But, hey, you know, it's got some work in the bathroom there, but that's a pretty good deal for that lot and that size house. That's a fixer-upper. You will not be able to wash or bathe or drink any water in the area. All right. That's pretty nice for 10 grand. You can find waterfront for 15,000, an actual home. Really? Where? Florida? I don't think anybody wants to do meth, Matt, Professor. Most people don't want to see what happens when people do meth. Yeah, I mean, it's a waste. It's a waste of your life. Let's take a look at some of the people that we're talking about here. Nice, sweet people that have been devastated by the drug. Here's a young lady who started out on a nice path and ended up a really horrible meth head. Or this person. No, that's not before and after. No, that's not before and after. No, they're just meth heads. Well, anyway. This is a tough one because you don't know which is worse, before or after. Okay, well, I shouldn't be laughing because these are their lives. This is not the same person, unless they're transgender. Things are getting so confusing now. I can hardly even keep up. Yeah, guy, girl, man, woman, transgender. I mean, why did the world get so complicated? The Democrats made it happen. A tiny house? How about this car to match the tiny house? True blue. Cool. A tiny hot rod. The ultimate hot rod for Grandpa to stuff his body into. That's powerful. Yep, that's one way to go. That's one way to go away. Well, what about a clown car tiny RV? Yeah. Maybe we could look at Craigslist for the next 5 minutes. Oh yeah, look really safe. Find you a trailer in the middle of nowhere. Who the heck is this guy? I'm the guy that talks every night to people about how to get a good deal on Craigslist and Zillow. Dave could build it 10 times better if given the chance. Well, you know me, I wouldn't do something half-assed. I use the full ass. Question for Flattards set number 2. Will be on tonight's show. Chill.
Greetings, dear viewer. Testing Flattards 5 is underway, and I've got about 2/3 of the visuals done. For now, let's recap the remarkable failures of Flattards since testing Flattards began. In over 127,000 comments on the series, not one Flattard has been able to provide a working map of Flattardia.
I know. I've been looking for a Flattardia for a long time. They don't have a way to get around. Flattardia. Flattardia. Okay, we got missile launches from Air Force bases in America, showing our major capacity and firing power. Good to know. We got a 37-minute video tour of Skid Row tonight. Find out how bad it is in LA and how bad LA is ignoring this problem. It's just horrible. Beyond belief. Flattardia. Okay, so we'll see if the Democrats can pull anything out of their grab bag of possible crimes that Trump may have committed with his finances. You know, something strange has been happening in Virginia. You know, at first the Virginia governor, Northam, was accused of doing a blackface video. Then he denied it. Well, then the lieutenant governor, Justin Fairfax, accuser, is detailing a sexual assault allegation, which he said was completely fake. The lieutenant governor who said that the governor was out of line, this black guy, is now got a sexual assault allegation coming from a real woman. It's not just an accusation. Vanessa Tyson says incident happened during an 2004 presidential or Democratic convention in Boston, but he has emphatically denied the claim. Yeah, she had a lengthy statement she detailed through her legal team, so she's not giving up. She accused Fairfax of sexual assault in a hotel room. No kidding. I wonder if he grabbed her by the beep beep. There she is. She wrote that what began as consensual kissing quickly turned into a sexual assault, adding that Fairfax forcefully made her perform oral sex on him, during which she cried and gagged. I cannot believe, given my obvious distress, that Mr. Fairfax thought this forced sexual act was consensual, she said. To be clear, I did not want to engage in oral sex with Mr. Fairfax, and I never gave any form of consent. Quite the opposite. I consciously avoided Mr. Fairfax the remainder of the convention, and I never spoke to him again. Oh, that poor girl. Poor woman, rather. He forced his penis upon her orally. That's considered sodomy, you know. It's illegal in many states. So this is no lightweight matter. And if he's going to cast aspersions against Governor Northam, he better get his proverbial closet in order. But guess what? Virginia's Attorney General, Mark Herring, admits wearing blackface at a 1980 college party. I mean, it's just gonna... Pretty soon, blackface will be the norm of the day. We'll all be wearing blackface. Yep, there he is. And he's strong enough to admit it. He's not afraid to say, yeah, it was a party gag. It's no big deal.
Pick up on the breaking news now. Controversy in Virginia now escalating. The state's Attorney General, Democrat Mark Herring, now says he too wore blackface to a college party back in 1980. Herring is number 3 in the state behind Governor Northam and then Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Fairfax is embroiled in controversy too, facing an accusation of sexual assault. And of course, the governor, Ralph Northam, is still clinging to power amid calls for him to resign.
So, man, this guy really did do a blackface. So, yeah. That's strange. He kind of looks like me, but they won't give me any media time. Not a stitch. They know that if they give me media time and I defend freedom of speech, I'll be the last guy that they want. So I've decided to become Virginia's Attorney General. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's entirely possible for him to have done it. He admits it. I did it. I did blackface. Yeah, I don't know what the big deal is. It's a stand up to for your free speech thing to do. Nothing wrong with that. And I protect the rights of white people and black people to dress any way they want, including transgenders dressing the way they want to dress. That's perfectly okay. Yeah, even have melanin injections, like Black Like Me. Yeah, like the movie. People don't realize that this whole aggression toward blackface, it's catching on. It totally is, Guest 595. But this whole aggression toward blackface is actually a reversal of our freedom of speech. So if you'd like, you can promote hashtag blackface, hashtag third party. That would be good. Yeah. There you go. We'll go blackface at third party. Well, I'm just saying that the Democrats are trying to impinge on our freedom of speech. It's got to stop. The Democrats are acting like communists. This is not a communist country. We were predicated on freedom of speech. Our whole country was formed on it For them to pull this crap out of the woodwork, of all the people, the ones that didn't even want to sign the Civil Rights Act, the Democrats, and the Southern Democrats like Wallace that kept black people from colleges. I stand up for black people's rights. I do. And in no way do I think that impersonating Barack Obama was in any way a slam against black people. In fact, Barack Obama, his mere existence was a slam against black people. Most black people didn't feel like he was representing them. They weren't getting any representation in the inner city. Obama's more of a white bread black man. Okay, so we're going to sign off for tonight. Thank you for coming in. I'll be back tomorrow with Technology Thursday, starting with a cooking show at 5, and I don't know what I'm going to make. I've got these croissants in the back of the refrigerator that I might pull out for in a toaster oven situation, but I don't know. I've got a lot of pasta to eat right now. I'm kind of overdosed on pasta. I did mac and cheese last week. We did the mussel mac. We made mussels and mac and cheese, and it was incredibly good. I actually loved it. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, post that on Twitter. See how fast you get shadow banned. The 80s are great. I mean, I lived the 80s. I was a 70s guy, but right around when he did 1980, he did a blackface. I was in college, or I was hanging around college, having fun. The college environment makes you do things you probably should never even think of doing. And it's a bad thing about colleges, but it's also a good thing. I have friends that say, Dave, I had so much fun with you that year. I wish I could just relive it every single year. Hanging around downtown. But you can't relive your college years. That's it. It came and left. But they have the kind of it's an experience that if you've never been in college or known what it's all about, you wouldn't know what it's like. So try it. If you haven't gone to college, try it. At least give it 1 year. Seriously. Or, go to a local community college. Start there. Sex and Candy, Marcy Playground. Yeah, we'll play that on the out. For sure. That sounds like fun. Hanging around downtown. Hanging around. Hanging around. All right. We're going to sign off for the evening. Thanks for coming in and participating in our nonstop experience. We'll be back. See you again. But we will be here till 2 in the morning tonight. So hang out, do that. Dave, make this. You'll love it. Okay, what is it? Grilled Serbian sausages. Oh, I know. Yeah, every time I see that, I'm like, the ingredients alone cost $14.95, man. You must be rich. You must be one of those rich people. Turkish influence. It's got a Turkish kofta kebab, mixed meat sausage. I'm sure it tastes incredible. Savapi. Yes. Okay, we'll be signing off to the sound of music. Take care. Get some sleep. Don't want to miss your 6 hours minimum. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.